Hello everyone, and welcome back to our modded Longplay world, Fabloom Valley. This is a world where we're building in a flower forest mountain crater around a lake. And speaking of the lake is going to be getting a lot of love in this episode. I'm so excited. But last time in this world, we built up this sunny sunflower storage hobbit hole, and it's been an absolute game changer. Having all of our items stored in one place and being able to access them digitally has been such a great help with some projects around the valley. And before we get into the episode today, I want to show you what I've been working on in between episodes. Now, it hasn't been anything too major, it's just been some stuff that I've been doing on stream. And one of those things is right along here on the pathway, I added a little mini stable. And I added this so that we could store our horse somewhere when we are visiting our storage hobbit hole. And, you know, it kind of matches the other stables on the other side. They're using all the same blocks. And yeah, it's just a nice little place to have our horses. I've also started adding in some flower patches. This is a blue orchid one that I added in with some grass and then, you know, the spruce and the dark oak around it. I kind of like this. It's really, really cute. And I mean, obviously there are flowers kind of everywhere all over Fabloom Valley, but I really want to have some structured areas for the flowers as well. Sort of like the garden beds kind of got out of control over time, and now flowers are just sprouting absolutely everywhere because of the magic of this place. There's another little pink tulip field over here with just some lighting, and this one's just very, very simple and sweet. And I've just been spending some time on live streams doing this kind of busy work just because it doesn't really fit in a video to me, but it's something that I can easily show you guys at the beginning of an episode and then kind of move on with. We've got another little one for our fire lilies up here. I think that's what these are called, right? Yeah, fire lilies. And then over here, I did turn this into a little pond using the waterfalls, and I've got some axolotls in here named for my friends. I thought it would be a nice way to honor my YouTuber friends. I always try to leave some kind of hint of them in my world. So in here, we've got Waxolotl, we've got Infinite Swims, we've got Axella, and we've got Sunny Swims. I definitely want to get some more axolotls for my other YouTuber friends soon, but let me know if you guys recognize all of these ones in the comment section. Though we are definitely going to need a lot more than this because I've got a lot of people to add to this tiny little pond. Okay, and then next up, I can probably show you guys, oh, over this way, I added a chicken coop. Just past the melons and the pumpkins over here, there is a chicken coop, and of course that is a flamingo and not a chicken, but I didn't have anywhere else to put the flamingos when I saved them from the wild. Well, I didn't really save them, I just kind of took them. But we added this little mangrove and oak chicken coop, and then the chickens can go in there, but I don't think any are in there right now. I actually think that they're all kind of chilling right over here. There's a lot of flamingos over there too. What the heck? I don't know. I don't know where I'm going to put the flamingos. I think that they're probably just going to end up staying here with the chickens, which they probably don't like that much. On the left here, we built out this little wooden retaining wall for the chicken coop. And then over here under this birch tree, we added another little set of our flowers. These ones are Areophorums. I think I'm saying that right. I hope I'm saying that right. These are really, really pretty. These are from the Meadow mod. And I think with that, it's pretty much catching up on everything that I have built in between episodes. Not that I've done that much. I kind of wasn't recording here for a little bit for reasons I will talk about later. Oh, but there is one other thing I have to show you guys over at the storage room. So let's head over there. But I hope this video finds you guys well on this beautiful November day. It is actually November 13th when I'm recording this video. It is the middle of the month. I cannot believe that November it has gone so fast. I really wanted to have this series done by the end of the year, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen, especially now that I've had some major changes to my content. And of course, like I said, we're going to talk about that later, but that's why I haven't been recording here as much because I kind of had to do some other stuff unexpectedly. But I have seen some questions about whether or not we're still going to be working in this world. And yes, we are still going to be working in this world until we're completely done. And I've got like probably 5 or 6 more projects that I want to do in episodes for this world before we're finished. So for all of my Fabloom Valley enjoyers, trust me, we are not done yet. I'm sorry that there's kind of like a long lapse between uploads. I'm really, really trying to get on track here, but we got a spore blossom between episodes. I forgot to say that as well. And also we got so much wood between episodes. I went and chopped like thousands of logs. Hovering and looking at the jade tooltip up there, we've got 1,088 spruce logs and 704 stripped dark oak logs, which I stripped with the sawmill. And that's all for the project from today because I don't even know if this is going to be enough, but we're going to do our best here. Let me go ahead and set this back down because we're going to need to add some more blocks to it. But first, I want to talk about the actual project that we're going to be working on today. And that project is going to be finally putting in the docks around the lake. And this is a project I've really been looking forward to ever since we started this world. And I wanted to do this last episode, but we're doing it today. I have done some planning for this in a creative copy of this world because it is quite a big project to surround the entire lake with the docks, but I also want to go ahead on this part of the docks over here and add a cozy cafe because truthfully I'm tired of eating steak and we have so many modded food options if we just search in here for food. That's a lot of like the Farmer's Delight food. Actually, that's not what I was really talking about, but if we search for yeah, there we go. We've got all of these different things from like the bakery mod and all of these ones from like Farm and Charm. And there's also candlelight dinner in here. So I really want a place where we can cook up our modded food items. And I really want to place that on the docks because I feel like it would just make the most sense. Especially because we could have our cafe and then some outdoor seating or something. That would be really, really cute. So I kind of have some ideas of what I want to build here. I really want this to be a specific theme. I feel like this will be very, very fun. And I want to use some stone and some cobblestone and some stone bricks. I think that'll probably be enough. And then of course, I'm going to bring in some of our calcite and stuff as well. Old reliable palette. And it really matches the rest of the stuff that we have going on in the valley. So we're going to continue to use that. And of course, I cannot forget the diorite and the polished diorite for that because we've been using that alongside the calcite as well. But I also want to bring in some moss and moss carpet into the roof. Alongside that, we're going to need some leaves and we'll of course go for our classic oak leaves. And finally, I want to bring in some red mushroom block by growing these red mushrooms and farming them here at the base. While I was getting all of this dark oak to strip down, I got a bunch of these red mushrooms. Oh, and we're also going to need some of these poppies, so we'll take those too. I wonder though, do we have any more? Yeah, we have a bunch. That's good because we're going to need a bunch for the project. I know they're not everyone's favorite. And then I'm also going to bring in some mangrove as well for some flower boxes, which also need dirt. I think that's all it needs. And those will be just like the ones on the starter house and the chicken coop. But taking a look at this right now, I think that we have like almost absolutely everything that we could possibly need for this house. And we have a bunch more stuff here if we do need to come back, except for the red mushroom blocks. And I hope you guys don't mind that we won't be gathering a ton of stuff today, but that's just because this project is going to be absolutely massive. Not to mention the whole point of this room was to be a massive loot goblin and store absolutely everything. So I think we're doing that pretty well. And I completely forgot about using the terminal, by the way. I still need to get used to that, but now I'm just going to go ahead here and fix up my backpack a little bit. It is a little bit messy right now, but I promise maybe at the end of this episode I will fix it. I've got a bunch of XP bottles here so I can enchant my stuff or mend my stuff on the go. I don't have mending on all of my armor yet because it's still not perfect, but on my tools I have mending on all of them. But I am going to grab some diamonds because I'm going to grab this backpack. Oops. Didn't know that you could place red mushroom on granite, on polished granite. It must be a little dark there. But I want to go craft up some new boots so that we can try to enchant for feather falling because, yeah, I don't want to die. Not that I think there's going to be any great chance of us falling off of anything today, but you never know. It's always better to be a little bit safe than sorry. I thought my horse was there for some reason, but now I see that I was wrong. So we'll go over to the stables and grab one. Like I said, I'm not super concerned about falling off anything today. I just really don't want to die, and fall damage is kind of scary. I mean, we're not playing in hardcore here though, so we should be fine. I'm a little bit less scared of dying in this world. In fact, I have died a few times in this world on streams. There's some very powerful zombies with backpacks that come out of nowhere. I thought there was a zombie over there, but I think it was just a leaf. All right, hello Ophelia, let's go, and we're gonna go up to the enchanting area. Now, as we continue to build here in Fabloom, I think my favorite view of this valley is at nighttime with all the lights on. Although the staircase is still weird for horses, the modded stairs are still tripping my horse up. I think I've just come to accept it at this point because I don't think I can fix this without taking out all of the stairs that are modded. up here, I still need to build a retaining wall around this pathway. And then of course we need to also get a pathway in through here still as well. We are honestly kind of just doing one thing at a time in this world. And sometimes when I'm on stream, I completely forget about the other stuff that I have to do. All right, Ophelia, you just wait here. I'm gonna head up through our little mine shaft sort of thing. I don't know what to call that. And then we will get into our enchanting tower and do some work. So let's grab our diamonds here and craft up some new boots. I don't want to take the stuff we already have off of our boots. But I don't think I have any lapis. And let's just hope we get feather falling. Ah, okay. That's all right. We can go ahead and grindstone, and I have some XP bottles in my backpack, which we can use to replenish our XP. Sorry, I literally cannot think of words right now. I'm a little bit struggling. But there we go. Okay, we've got a bunch of XP. Let's try again. Fire protection, protection 2, projectile protection. I guess we'll just do a reroll for low level enchant, because then we waste less XP that way. Okay, let's try again. Unbreaking 3. Let's see. Fire protection. I feel like this is gonna take a long time. Why does it want me to have fire protection so badly? Is this an omen? Is it trying to tell me something that I don't know yet? Because I don't plan on going to the Nether this episode, so... I mean, I don't think I would need any protection from fires. And, well, I mean, we are going to be building a cafe today, so maybe it's for, like, a kitchen fire. Let's just take it to try to get rid of the curse, and we have depth strider, but we already have depth strider, and we don't need fire protection. Okay. You know, we're gonna try this like one more time because I don't want to stay here all day. I just wanted to try a little bit, you know? And we've got some more XP in our backpack. I can always roll for this kind of off camera or on stream, but I'm not really like trying to min-max anything. I'm trying to take everything pretty chill. And of course it's fire protection 4 again. Oh my gosh. Why does it want me to have that so badly? Okay, we will come back later, but before we leave, let's go ahead and sleep first. Alright, now that that's over, before we start building the docks, okay, we're gonna have to take out this skeleton, just because it's gonna be annoying. But hello. Thank you for dying. But we're gonna go back here, because I don't really come over to this part of the valley anyways. So I don't mind putting some podzol down here. And we're gonna need a couple of pieces of podzol so we can easily grow our red mushrooms. So let's just go like right over here and we'll grow a big spruce tree. That's not what I meant to do. I meant to eat. So if we just go ahead and we plant our saplings, I can force grow it with some bone meal, which we have. There we go. And then we're going to have to use our silk touch axe here because I don't have a silk touch shovel, but we just need to grab up a couple of pieces of this podzol. Mizuno's podzol is one of my favorite blocks. It always looks like the crunchy fall leaves that are like kind of falling on the ground before they're raked up. I really should use it in more stuff, but I almost never have access to it, especially in long plays, unless it's like a series or something, you know? But alright, I'm gonna leave this here and just head back up in the mountain, and I'll see you guys in a second in the valley. I don't think that today is gonna end up being a day of grand adventure and exploration for us, just because we've got a lot to do here in the valley. I mean, this lake is going to be a huge project. I know that I've said that a couple of times already, but I probably will say it a million more times throughout this whole video. Oh, something else that I wanted to mention to you guys was that I don't know when I did it, but I put mending on everything. I don't know if this is already known in these videos or not, and I'm not going to go back and rewatch them all to see if I mentioned it, but we've got mending on pretty much everything except for my armor, which you can't see because I'm on the horse. But I wanted to get a couple of extra enchants on my armor, like feather falling and stuff, before we put on the mending. Like I said earlier, I'm in no big rush to like max out everything and enchant everything right away. I just am taking this series very chill. When it happens, it happens. I don't want anything to break, but also, what day are we on here? We are on day 257. 257 days in this world already. We have spent quite some time in this world, and I feel like we haven't done that much for being 250 days in, but well, maybe that's not true. I feel like we've actually done quite a bit. I was gonna say, in my other world, I'm at like 180 days, and I've only got like 2 projects done, so oops, we went right past the little mini stable here. Did not mean to do that. All right, we'll put her in here, and then oh, Ophelia, can you come over here, please? I don't like that you're in the block. I don't want you to like randomly start taking like suffocation damage or something, Ophelia. You are very important to me. But now you can just chill in there. Okay, and we're gonna go ahead and just grab our podzol here. I'm not gonna grab anything else yet, because we need to get ready for some red mushroom growing. That is gonna be the next thing on our to-do list. And my one question is, where are we gonna grow this? Because I don't want to accidentally eat any of the blocks around my base. Probably down in the water would be the best place, right? But we're gonna have to make like a little bridge of dirt or something. So let me grab some out of the dirt backpack. Oh, Swift Sneak is so nice. I always forget what it's like after you've been playing without Swift Sneak for a while. And we'll just make a little platform here. It doesn't have to be anything too special, but just to give us some room for the red mushrooms to go on. And now we can grab our red mushrooms and our bone meal and bone meal them up. There we go. And we'll grab them with our Silk Touch axe. But yeah, people have been asking me to bring in some red mushroom block in the comment sections and on the live streams. So I definitely have wanted to for a while, but I really wanted to save it for a special kind of build because I don't want to overdo the mushroom vibes. But I figured that a cafe with a cute mushroom roof would be the perfect amount of mushroom. I just don't want to overdo it and like do something I've already done before. Ironic coming from last episode where I tried to upgrade a build that I previously made, but like you guys know what I mean. It's just that I'm trying to do other stuff too. But I have a lot of ideas for this build, so I'm very, very excited to get it started. It's going to be very, very pretty, I think. Well, I mean, anytime you use Mizuno's red mushroom block, it's usually gorgeous. But like I said earlier, there have been a lot of changes to my content recently, so I do want to talk about that quite a bit. And as you guys know, I have mentioned my hardcore world in this series quite a few times because I've been working on that since January of this year. After our last episode with the Hobbit Hole, I went back to start recording in that world, and to my utter shock and dismay, I died. I can't believe it that I'm saying this, but I died. I made a mistake and fell into a hole that had 3 creepers who kind of all exploded on me in like 2 seconds, which was not great. It was definitely a very humbling experience. It killed me in full netherite, which was kind of surprising. I did not expect that. I accepted my fate immediately in the world, but I was still kind of like, what do you mean? Like, what do you mean? 600 days of work gone like that. I've definitely had some questions and comments about like, why do you play hardcore? Like, I could never lose my world. I feel like I've explained it a few times, but I also just want to take a moment to talk about it because I know it can be like really upsetting and anxiety inducing to watch someone play in hardcore mode. And I don't disagree with those kinds of comments either. I think it can be very nerve-wracking to play in hardcore mode, but for me personally, I feel like I'm more invested in a world that has the potential to lose everything. Like, opposed to traditional regular survival worlds, I feel like I tend to get to a point with them that I'm like, okay, I'm like done with this world. I have everything. I've done everything. And even like building doesn't keep me invested because it feels like there's nothing, there's like no stakes, I guess. Okay, just looking at this is probably more than enough, I think. But that's why I like to play hardcore. I just feel more invested in the world, and I feel like if I'm not invested, I'm more likely to give up when I feel kind of like done with something versus, I mean, I lived in my previous hardcore world, the Rosewood, for like 2 years. Sure, I wasn't making videos in there all the time. I had, you know, a time where my PC was broken and stuff, but I made videos pretty consistently in that world for 2 years. And I really want that again. I really want a long-term series that I can keep coming back to and keep trying to build up more and put lore in and put love into over time. And I know it's kind of a paradox to say this, but I do want my hardcore world to be my forever world. I mean, as forever as it can be, as long as the fear of death is there. But I have a lot of goals, and I really want to make it to 2,000 days in this world. I haven't made it to 2,000 days in a world on YouTube yet. Wait, I'm talking to you guys as if I already said that I started a new hardcore world, which you might know from watching my channel, or if you only watched the long plays, maybe you didn't know. But I did start a new hardcore world. I did start over. I'm already so excited. I literally just finished recording and editing episode 2 yesterday, so that should be out this weekend. Of course, by the time that this video comes out, it'll be out for weeks, I think. Sorry, I just talked to you guys in real time. But yeah, I started a new hardcore world. I'm so excited. I'm so happy with it. The seed is very reminiscent of our 100 Days of a 120 world, if you guys remember that one. And it's also kind of reminiscent of this world as well, because it's also a flower forest, a mountain crater seed. Well, or a mountain crater seed, I should say. Kind of off-topic thought here, but what if we made a grave over there by the starter house for my hardcore world, since I do know the date I died? Anyways, we will come back to this conversation in a moment, but I want to get started on the next part of our project here. So we're going to grab our spruce. We're going to grab a bunch of this dark oak as well. And the other thing that I'm missing is that I have been grabbing a bunch of rope from our straw that we can craft from our rice. I want to use this rope on the docks. I don't know if this is going to quite be enough, but we can always grab some more while we're out there as well. We're also going to need to grab some coal or some torches, or some lanterns, I should say. So we are going to be making some of these dark oak lanterns. We have 17, but we're going to need a couple stacks of these, I think. Okay, and the sun is going down, it appears. So before we start anything here, we are going to sleep. And okay, now before we continue our conversation about hardcore and future content, I want to start working on the docks. But I want to talk to you guys first about something that I'm going to do for this specific long play for a short period of time that I've done in another long play for Fantasy Island before. But I have made myself a schematic of the docks, and I'm planning on putting on the render so that we can build kind of an outline of the docks, because this is a very large and overwhelming project to me. There's always a little bit of controversy around using like Matica and stuff in content, and I'm just here to say that this is just going to help me get this video done in a little bit more of an efficient and easy way for myself. And we'll still be freehanding in the house over there, but for the actual docks itself, I just want to make sure that we get kind of exactly the idea that I have planned out. Because I won't lie, I actually spent a couple of hours on this over the last few days, just trying to figure out, like, in creative, how I wanted the docks to go. And as you can see, they are massive. They are actually so large. They wrap around almost the entire lake. Now, this spot right over here in front of us doesn't have any docks there because you can sort of just, like, walk through there from the other side. And yeah, I think I just want to use this today to put in the beams and then the stuff between the beams, like under the rope, just to give ourselves like a little bit of an outline to help us, because that's going to make this project go a lot faster. So let me just clear out some of this rope because we won't need that right away. And we're going to just go ahead and get started here. I'm going to make some, oops, see it renders there. So I don't know where to go. This is kind of embarrassing. Okay, there we go. There's some ground, but we're also going to make some spruce slabs because all of the dock is basically made out of spruce slabs. So what we're going to do here is we're going to bring out just a little line of slabs. And I'm sorry that this is going to be visually like just disgustingly ugly for a while. I am so sorry. But we're just going to get these sprucey bits going around on the outline of the docks. And then once we have the entire outline fully finished, we will turn off the render just like this, and then fill in all of the docks towards like the mainland. And we'll just try to keep this as normal as possible. Like I said, I really just need the outline that I'm going to toggle on just for the pillars and the other stuff. I'm not really that great at stuff like this, kind of like doing all this stuff on the fly, and it takes me hours and hours to figure out everything, and I really just want this to be like a cohesive video experience, even though we are seeing kind of invisible stuff going on because of the floor being invisible. I'm so sorry that this is so ugly. I promise that I will try to make this as fast as possible so that we can turn this ugly thing off. But yeah, I know that using Lightmatica like this is a little bit controversial. I know not everyone is kind of like okay with it, but I really hope that you guys kind of understand where I'm coming from, where I want to make a good video and I want to make the best video that I possibly can. And sometimes to do that, I'm going to need tools to help me like this. If I didn't do this, it would probably take me hours and we would be like fighting with it and moving stuff back and forth and stuff. So I just don't want to deal with that. I thought about putting the pillars and stuff in off camera and then just filling it in on camera with you guys, but I also thought that might be inauthentic to my content. Because I feel like, I don't know, I'm going to be upfront and honest that I've got a schematic and I'm using it just purely to help myself. I mean, I'm not easy placing anything in, not that there's anything wrong with easy placing stuff, but you know, I'm just placing it all myself. I just need to know where to put the blocks. And we're just going to keep taking these pillars all the way down to the bottom of the lake. And that is already a stack of dark oak in just like 3 or 4 beams. So this is why I went and collected like 1,000 of them. And I think I collected like 1,500 spruce or something like that. It was kind of ridiculous. We do have some backup wood in the starter house if we do end up needing more. But anyways, yeah, so going back to the hardcore world conversation, I did start a new world, and that's why I couldn't record here for a while. I was a little bit trying to get a head start in that world, and yeah, I really like what I've done so far in that world. Like I said earlier, it's very similar to our 100 days of 120 seed and also this seed. And it's kind of like hilarious because on the live streams I've been doing from that world, people have been saying like, you know, I know a mountain creator hates to see Frogcy rafting coming. Wait, and I just realized that the canon meaning of sea in Frogcy rafting must be creeper death. I hate that I've said this out loud. Don't meme this too much on me, guys, okay? I was shocked and I cried. I cried for hours. I accepted it, but I still cried. I don't have a clip of me dying besides the flashback footage, and I never released it because I didn't really have enough content to make a video or an episode out of it. I had only been recording for like a day or two in that world. I mean, I had a couple of things that I'd done between episodes, but it really only amounted to like 5 total minutes once I was like editing. And the journey that I was on would have probably only been another couple of minutes, so I didn't want to make like a video of that. I felt like that was kind of like, I don't know, like it was too short. I couldn't do it, so instead we just started over. I really love the direction the new world is going in, like very copper, cottagecore, medieval structure, fortified type of vibes. And I'm definitely listening to my gut this time, and I'm going to get a totem in this world soon because that day that I died, I thought to myself, I thought this was real, but this must be in the schematic. Yeah, that's in the schematic. That's so funny. It must have been like in the lake and I didn't realize. Oh my gosh, that's funny. But yeah, I didn't listen to my gut before, and I said to myself that morning, I should probably get a totem. And then I said to myself, I don't need that. Well, yeah, I did need that, and the universe was trying to tell me something, and I ignored it. So I'm definitely gonna get a totem pretty soon. I'm starting to record episode 3 very soon. I just have been non-stop thinking about this new world ever since I started it, and I have just so many ideas, so many plans, so many things I want to try. Like episode 2, I'd never made a mining entrance before ever in any of my videos, and all of my mining entrances were so ugly and bad, so I'm really proud of myself for trying something new in that world. And I want to continue that theme on. And don't worry, we will come back and fix all of this later, but we're just going to put in the outline for now. But yeah, that's kind of where I've been with content. I didn't expect to kind of be away from this world for so long because I really wanted to finish up this world by the end of the year this year, but it's just not looking like that's going to happen now. I did see some concern from community members, like in the live streams and stuff, like, are we still going to be making videos in the Fabloom Valley world? But yes, we are. We are going to be finishing up this series at some point. Besides this docks project, I want to build somewhere for the raccoon. I was thinking like a little fort or something, and I really want to build a greenhouse with all of the botany pots for the flowers going. I want to build the villager street thing that I've talked about in the live streams if you've seen that. If not, you'll just have to wait for the video. I'm sorry. I really want to build somewhere for our bees as well. And then, yeah, that's at least like 4 more episodes that we're gonna have in this world. We might have another extra one as well, and then like the world tour. So this, I think, is gonna be episode 6 in this world. So there's definitely gonna be at least like 4, maybe 5 more episodes to go. But the long plays are not gonna end with this series. I am planning on recording a hardcore long play. Now, I know I always say that, but the hardcore long plays are definitely coming. I want to do my mine shaft as my first one. I always say that I want to do this, but then I almost never do it. And it's partially because in my previous world, I couldn't figure out what I wanted to do for a mining entrance because I really wanted to do a mining entrance there as well. But I just didn't know if I would have enough content. Whoops, I didn't mean to put that there. I didn't know if I'd have enough content for just one episode. So I was like, oh, I'll do it in a long play. And then I just couldn't figure out what I wanted to do. And for that, I blame that hilly terrain that we were living on. It was beautiful, but I just couldn't figure out how to incorporate a mining entrance into that terrain. On another note, we do have a lot of people here who do really like to watch the long plays, even if you have to watch me jump over and over and over again, and it's not a very good thing. And I don't think they'll ever truly leave my channel. I really like to have long plays going as well, because they're just fun to record. They're a little bit different than, you know, recording an episode. The thing with long plays for me is that I just don't always know what to say in my long plays because I feel like it's a lot of the same, like, let's get materials, let's get tools. So then I talk to you guys about like all this just like random stuff. And I don't know if anyone actually really likes to hear me yap about random stuff, but I just keep doing it. I think to maintain me being able to do these in the future, I have to accept that I cannot talk for 3 hours straight and make every conversation super interesting. And that there might just be like some minutes of silence when we are doing these, and that's okay too. I think I've always just been a little bit hesitant to leave a lot of silence in these, but wow, we have still so much to go. It feels like we are not making any progress. But let's take a quick little snooze here once it's actually nighttime. Well, I guess it's not nighttime yet. But yeah, as I was saying, I've just always been a little bit hesitant since I know most people prefer me to talk in these. But you'll have to let me know, how do you feel about, you know, some moments of silence? Maybe like 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there. I try not to make the silences too long. But I mean, eventually there's just nothing that I can talk about, especially if I'm going to be recording these more often. I always try to talk about gaming and books and other stuff that I have going on, but I'm not gonna lie, there's a lot of times where I just don't really have that much going on. I'm kind of a boring person. And to be 100% completely honest with you, I do not mind that at all. There have been really a lot of years in my life where I've really wished for a simpler existence. And now that I have something that's more calm and more cozy and something that really suits me, I'm like trying to protect that with as much ferocity as I can. That isn't to say that every single day is sunshine and rainbows, because obviously that's not reality, and that's not the reality for a lot of people, but I am trying to do my best to protect my peace and keep a very simple, humble existence, you know? But that does often mean that I don't have anything new to talk about. Except for games, because games is like the one area of my life where I do not mind spending a little bit of money here and there, you know? I give myself a little gaming budget every month. And I'm so like weird about like TV and movies and stuff. I really have to be in the mood to watch something new, because I struggle really a lot with watching something new and not knowing what's going to happen. I tend to go for like the same things I've already watched. So like rewatches are way more important to me than like watching something new. I don't know why. I don't know if it's like comfort. I don't know if it like, I don't know why I'm like that. But yeah, if you've ever wondered why I yap so much about like the same like 3 or 4 things, that's the only thing I got. I'm sorry. You know, I was just thinking about the fact that we still have another retaining wall we need to build in this world, and I don't know if I'm going to style it like the other one that we have that I showed earlier that's over there by the chicken coop. That retaining wall is like wooden, but there's another one that needs to go up by the pink house, and I don't know if I'm going to do that or if I'm going to do a different style, and I don't know exactly where the rest of the retaining walls are going to go. Because I know I need one up by the pink house, but I want to put some more, like, maybe on the edges of the docks going up to, like, the main land. Like, where the docks meets the upper part, and retaining wall around the entire lake for that. But I don't know if that's too much. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. Is that a little bit lazy? Should I leave it looking a little bit more natural? Do you guys want to see it a little bit more structured and fortified? Let me know. Oh, all of this is going to be so chaotic to look at. I apologize. This is kind of annoying, just because of all the grass and stuff, but like I said, I'm going as fast as I can here. I'm trying to keep this very, very chill, but also going quickly so that we can put this ugly render off and then spend the rest of our time in a normal long play scenario. And I just want to say thank you in advance to everyone. I know that a lot of people are going to be in the comments like, Frog, it's totally fine. We don't mind at all. I know that there's going to be like just nothing but support and love. But I always feel like I have to kind of explain my thought process behind things just so that you guys aren't like, wow, that was weird, you know? And I do use Lightmatica in other episodes as well. Like, this is a tool that I use all the time, but it's obviously just not something I show in real time, just because it's kind of weird. But, you know, I've seen other creators using Lightmatica lately on their, like, streams and stuff to, like, help them with, like, terrain work or tree schematics and stuff. I'm like, why don't I do that too? So yeah, we're just getting a little bit of this schematic love today. Now, obviously, part of the things that I talk about all the time is trying to get more comfortable building on the fly. And I definitely think that I have gotten a lot more comfortable since, like, last year building on the fly. But with stuff like this, especially if it's something that I've never done before, like a dock situation, I feel like I have to give myself a schematic to go off of so I can feel confident. Because I think a lot of my problem comes from like a lack of confidence in my like abilities, which I know is pretty sad because that's all I ever try to do is like build up my confidence. But this is definitely something I'm working on, so trust me, I am trying my best. Oh, we are starting to really run low here on some of this dark oak, and we still have so much of this to go. We still have that whole section over there to do as well. But this is where the cafe is going to sit, right in through here. I want it to be on this side, right over here. But I do want the entire docks and all the rope and all the lanterns and stuff to be in before we build that. So we've still got quite a ways to go. Okay, that's already in. I couldn't figure out if that was schematic or not, but this part over here we're gonna just come back to later because it's gonna be an annoying pain, kind of. And let's just pass on through this. Actually, you know, we will take our knife out and grab some of this rice here. Because this is how we're getting that straw to make that rope, and I don't know how much we're actually going to need today. This is getting hard to tell which ones are harvested or not. And then the straw that you get when you harvest all of this, you can use to make rope, and it's a really, really simple craft. Let me just get rid of the schematic really quick. I don't think those ones are done. No. Okay. But you can just put the rope on top of each other, or the straw on top of each other to get rope, and you get quite a bit. You get 4 for 1 craft. But yeah, just in case you were wondering, that's how you get the straw from Farmer's Delight. You harvest it with a knife. And let's turn our render back on. Here we go. And then we're just gonna go ahead and continue on with our process here. All right, time to lock in and grind for a little bit. But don't worry, we'll be back before you know it for some more chatting. Hello? Okay. This is kind of awkward. I just feel like I'm not able to place, like I'm not putting my mouse in the right position. Okay, there we go. That was weird. Is it already getting to be nighttime again? The days go so fast when you're like grinding. I'm so serious. Like the Minecraft days need to be a little bit longer, I feel. You know, I should probably sleep before a zombie walks along this little bridge that I've got going on here and tries to kill me. I also don't know if I'm the only person that does this, but every single time I sleep in Minecraft, I'm literally like taking a little sip of my tea. And it is like the nicest feeling ever. Oh, we are completely out of food besides the 22 steak that I have in my hands. So hopefully this will be enough to get us to the cafe, because then obviously we can make modded food. So then we won't need steak anymore, but I'm excited to get to the point where we're actually making food in the cafe. I definitely want to make at least a couple of meals today. I'm really, really excited to move into the modded food, actually. It's such a fun thing to mess around with, and I feel like it's one of my favorite and most kind of underrated parts of modded. Had I structured this like a typical Let's Play, I probably would have put the modded food cafe with the barn episode and put those together. But I'm really, really happy that we didn't do that because I really like the idea of it being on the docks, like just like a little like lakeside place to eat. I feel like that's such a like cozy and charming thought. Oh my gosh, we only have 2 stacks of dark oak left. We do have some more in the storage room, and we do also have a bit in the starter house too. So we do have extras, but I cannot believe we went through like, I don't know what, like 700 logs? Like almost 700 logs already. It doesn't feel like I've placed that many logs, and I can't even like tell you how many slabs I've already placed. I'm gonna try to keep track of how many slabs there are throughout this whole thing. But I think this corner here is the last bit. And once we do this, we can turn the outline off. And then if I need to turn it back on for any reason, I will, but shouldn't really need to do that much. I don't even know how long it's been on. It's probably about like 25 minutes or something. So again, I'm so sorry that it was so chaotically ugly and gross looking for that time. But sometimes as a creator, you just gotta do whatever you can to make the video good. And we will come back later and fix up the rest of this and stuff. But there we go. The docks outline is fully in. You know what, actually, while we're here, we might as well just do this now. I was thinking we could just do this later, but, you know, we might as well just do it now. So we're gonna have to remove a bunch of this dirt all around the lake to get all the docks in. And I think I just want to take this kind of section by section, filling it in and putting in the rope and maybe the lanterns and stuff. I've got to probably craft them still. I've got a couple actually. And we did end up keeping a little bit of extra stripped oak, which is fine because we will need that later on for the actual build for the cafe. But yeah, just doing a little bit of rearranging here because we probably won't need as much of this as I think we will. We'll go ahead and put in some ropes, and then we've got a dark oak lantern, and then we'll do our lanterns on like every other one. And then on the other ones, I'm going to do a flower pot, but I've got to make them. And then yeah, we'll put our rope in between. And we get to fill in I mean, pretty much probably all of this part, right? Like, I know it's kind of like a weird big section, but I feel like we have to kind of fill all of that in. All right, let's go ahead and lock in here and start filling in all of the docks. I might be silent for a little bit while I do this. There are still a lot of things I want to talk about, like gaming and books and stuff, which we will get to. Okay, I think for now I'm gonna come back later and do this, but I want to try to get as much of this done as we can because I do know what I want to go up there already, but I feel like I'm gonna need to put in a staircase and stuff over here, and I just don't know exactly where that's gonna be yet. Not that it really matters that much. I probably should just fill that all in with, you know, the wood instead of leaving the grass there. Oh, that was all of our first set of 8 stacks of slabs. So we've got to make another 8 stacks. Oh, wow. Well, I don't know how many that was, but I'm curious to see how many slabs we'll have placed at the end of this. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. What is happening? I couldn't place anything. Then I overplaced everything. Oh my gosh. This is going to be so chaotic and embarrassing. I'm so sorry. I can't be the only person that this happens to, where my brain is like clicking faster than my fingers are. I don't know if that's the reason why this happens. You know what? I said I was going to come back later and do this, but I might as well just do it now. Anyway, since this is kind of repetitive and we kind of see what we're going to be doing now, let's talk about games. I haven't really played that much in the last month besides Minecraft. Even on my time away from, you know, content, I have been still making content, like, well, recording and planning and stuff like that. Of course, I am always playing Valorant. That is one that really never changes, but I finally, after so many hours, I played 170 hours of Hello Kitty Island Adventure this year, and I finally 100%ed that earlier this year. Well, I think like right after the last video got posted in this world. So I now have all of the achievements, but I haven't finished all of the collections and stuff yet, so I still am playing because there's still quite a bit for me to do. And I am still working on my flowers as well. I almost have all of the flower types completely with every single color, and I'm going to work on like pattern transferring and stuff like that. But you know, I wasn't utilizing the greenhouse for its fullest potential for a long time, so now I'm finally kind of doing that. I've been playing Peak again because there was a new update for Peak, and there's a bunch of new achievements as well, so I literally only have 3 left, and then I have 100% of the achievements on Peak as well. And the new update has been really, really fun. I love the vibes of like the mushroomy spruce forest, but I'm also so scared of the whole biome because it's very, very scary. But I feel like besides that, I haven't really played anything that new. I was playing Clover Pit for a while. I still somewhat am playing that, but I just haven't had a lot of time lately to sink into a run. But that's kind of like a roguelite slot machine game. That's been very, very fun. And I have also been playing My Little Puppy, which came out recently now. Just like a little TW for that. It's a game about a dog who has gone to heaven and is looking for his owner when he randomly like smells his owner's scent one day in puppy heaven. And it's about a corgi, and his name is Bongyu. And I think it's so sweet, and the people who made this game definitely have like a lot of love for dogs. And especially they have a real good understanding of corgis, because I feel like the dog in the game really acts like my corgi in real life. I have a, if you guys didn't know, my dog Dorito. You probably hear him sometimes on the streams and videos. But he's also a corgi, so it kind of hits home, and obviously it brings up like a lot of sad kind of topics, but also it's very, very sweet and heartwarming. I cried like 3 different times in the first 30 minutes. So I know that that's probably not going to fade or bode well. Sorry, not fade well. Bode well for me for the rest of the game, but I'm really, really excited to keep playing it. It's very, very sweet. And besides that, I picked up Risk of Rain pretty recently, the second one, in a sale. So I am excited to try that out as well when I am able to. I'm going to ask my partner if he wants to play it with me. Also, sorry I'm taking a little bit of a detour here for all of this clay, but we will be needing this if I can just get the rest of it. We can put it to smelt in our backpack, but we will be needing this as part of the, to make all the flower pots, I should say. So let's go ahead and we'll open our smelting tab, and then we've got our clay balls. There we go. We'll put the other ones in there too. And now at least we have some passive bricks being made while we're doing the rest of this. But yeah, other than that, I haven't really been playing much, guys. I have been trying to take some more time offline. Although I have been playing Pokemon ZA Legends with my partner on the Switch, which has been fun. It's a little bit of a grind now because we're trying to like shiny hunt and stuff like that, but it's still fun. We're still enjoying the game. I've been trying to reserve all of my Saturdays for like, you know, family and for, you know, either like family or like date type of stuff. But like, even if we don't go anywhere, just like hanging out at home together. I think this Saturday I'm planning like a little Lego building date, and we're gonna have like a movie marathon. So I'm really, really excited about that. I think we're going to watch some Shrek 1 and Shrek 2. I don't know if we'll watch the other ones, but we'll definitely watch the first two. And we got last year on sale after Christmas some of the like holiday Legos. So we've got like a Christmas tree and like a Santa with a sleigh with like some reindeer. And I want to build those before it gets too close to Christmas. And before we know it, it's already going to be December. So I'm going to see if he wants to do that. If not, I have some Minecraft Lego we can put together. Something I also really want to do is get some Christmas decorations. Now, I know that Christmas is still a while out, but I feel like I just never find good Christmas decorations in the Netherlands. I don't know if it's the stores that we go to or have around us that it's either like super, super expensive or like not really to my style or to my taste. Like some stuff is a little bit over the top, you know what I mean? And that's like totally fine if that's your style, but I'm a little bit more simple, and I'm trying to figure out how to do like interior decorating because I moved around a lot my whole life, so I've never really had a lot of like material things, but now that I'm like living here and like gonna hopefully live here forever, like I really want to get some stuff. And I don't even want anything too much, like maybe a little bit of like a garland with like the lights on it and stuff for under my TV, and then I really, really want a couple of those like ceramic row houses, like the Amsterdam houses for that have like the Christmas decorations on. I really want a couple of those to display. But we'll see what I end up with. I will definitely post pictures on my Instagram or in the Discord if I do end up getting something new for my Christmas display. I always post my tree because I am very, very proud of my tree. It's very silly and colorful, but I love that actually. And Thanksgiving is coming at the end of this month for me. I mean, my partner and his family obviously don't celebrate Thanksgiving because the Netherlands doesn't have Thanksgiving. But they celebrate for me. At least they let me cook and they come over and eat, you know? So I've already started planning out my menu this year and I'm very, very excited. I'm very much looking forward to, whoops, I did not mean to open up the flower chest. I opened up the flower chest again. Oh my gosh, what is happening with me? And also it's not a chest, it is a backpack. Oh my gosh. Okay, I think in through here, I'm not going to really worry about this too much. Like I said before, we'll come back and do this if it's like important to later. But yeah, I mean, I just want to get the shape of this in because this is quite a lot, you know, this is quite a lot. And I don't know exactly what I want to do with this space yet. Like I said, with the retaining wall questions or I don't know, we will figure that out at some point. We still got to do that entire other side too. And I think we're like literally over an hour of recording at this point and we're still not even halfway done with filling in all of the docks. This is why Lightmatica is just like such a lifesaver. So thank you guys for letting me use it. I don't know if I've already thanked you enough, but in case I haven't, thank you. Now, something I feel like I might hear you guys say in the comments is that there's no like standard for how wide all of these pillars and stuff are. I'm with you that it's a little bit annoying. I'm with you on that. But for the sake of just finishing the docks, I'm not going to obsess over that too much. Okay, I think around this other one that has the sugarcane, we're just going to take it down a step and just kind of go around the whole thing like this. That way we can still access the sugarcane. But we'll just give it like a little bit of a border and that way we can still get in there. And then we can kind of match this up with our other border from over here. Even though it's a little bit weird, we're just going to ignore that. We do not see that. What I could probably do to fix that is to actually raise the beds that all the crops are on back here. So if we just harvest all of this now, at least it can grow back in. We're not going to obviously do more of like raising that right now, but eventually we might. Maybe we can get some time on a stream soon. And I actually didn't realize that I forgot the leaf back there. So this is kind of nice that we noticed that. But yeah, we were almost done with this one half of the docks, so let's get this finished up. And actually, I'm just looking at this rain right now and I'm realizing that I can see all the water droplets. And these are the same shaders that I use in my hardcore world, so I'm still really confused why I'm not having rain in that world right. I need to probably take a look at all of the resource packs that I'm using, like maybe one of them accidentally turns down rain. Okay, just gonna go through our little marshy little rice area over here really quick. And then coming over here, You know, I'm probably gonna have to turn back on our preview for our schematic for a second, just to make sure that we get this right. I've gotta remove this. Yeah, this is kind of, see, it's a little bit weird. So I just want to make sure that I've got it all correct. And then we'll just fill this in. And then, okay. This is gonna take quite some effort over here because this is quite a big area and there's a bunch of flowers and stuff that we have to mess around with. So I think there's probably just like no time like the present than to just get through and do all this. Sorry for the jump forward here. I literally just had to go answer the door and I didn't stop my recording, so I don't really know how to transition that, and I'm just gonna make a jump cut. I'm so sorry. The worst part about it too is that it wasn't even like for me, it was a package for the neighbor, because here in the Netherlands, like if you're not home, they can like leave your package with your neighbor, and yeah, it wasn't even for me, it was for them. So was there a lantern here in the schematic? I don't remember. Yeah, there was. Okay, sorry that I'm turning that on. I just want it to be the same. I have a very high standard for what it should look like. Not really, but anyways, been recording for over an hour now at this point, and I feel like it's a good time to remind everyone to, you know, stretch, take care of yourself, take your meds, make sure you hydrate, and grab a snack if you need one. Maybe it's a good moment for an easy task that you've been putting off that maybe you just don't really want to do. Maybe that is like a good place right now just to do that task really quick. For me, it's putting away my laundry. I really need to do that after I'm done recording, but right now I get to play Spruce Slab, so I'm excited about that. Not excited to put away my laundry. I do like when my laundry is put away. I just don't want to be the one to do it, ever. But yeah, just your reminder, every single long play, I try to remind you guys, there's a lot of people who watch these in the background or while they're, you know, doing crafts or cleaning or studying. But just your reminder, you know, take care of yourself and take care of your, you know, body and your space in the best way that you possibly can. Not saying you have to run out every single day and do every single task, because that's unrealistic for a lot of us. But whatever you can manage to do, just be proud of yourself and make sure that you're, you know, giving yourself the time to rest that you need. That's something I need to get better at. This isn't something that I talk about super often on my channel, but I actually do have a chronic illness that I'm coming to terms with living with. I kind of had a lot of symptoms for years that I just attributed to stress and other things that were going on in my life. And I think that trying to respect my need for rest is kind of new for me because I'm usually a go person, don't stop, always productive, or at least I used to be. I tried to be that way for most of my life, and now I'm realizing that the like absolute burnout that I've thought before is probably directly attributed to the fact that I don't let myself rest enough. So something that I'm trying to do more often is just to do the best that I can, and if everything doesn't get done in one day, that's okay because there's always tomorrow, and you know, I'm getting better at asking for help when I need it. That's something that I never used to do. But if I'm feeling overwhelmed or tired, being able to help or like ask for help from my partner has been like so good for me. And I'm just really trying not to let my body approach that level of burnout where I like don't want to leave my bed for months, you know? Months is a little bit of an exaggeration, but it definitely feels like months. Right now I'm feeling good though. I am only working when I have the energy to, or if I have a little bit of extra energy, and I'm doing half days. So I do my studying and other things in the morning in my class, and then I have in the afternoon time for YouTube every day. Approaching a work-life balance that not only allows me to be productive and hit my goals, but also kind of respects my chronic illness has been a big adjustment for me. And it's obviously a very vulnerable thing to talk about. I don't normally talk about these kinds of things because I always try to be like super upbeat, but I feel like I can let you guys know kind of something that's going on with me in like my personal life. But all of that was to say that I hope you guys are making space for rest in your lives, and this is just your reminder that, You know, we gotta take care of ourselves in the best way that we possibly can. But also just a big thank you to everyone who's listening for giving me a space where I can be vulnerable sometimes. I do try to be upbeat and, you know, bring people joy where and when I can. But sometimes, you know, life is a little bit bleak. Or sometimes you just gotta have a vulnerable moment to say like, hey, this is the reality. I'll just keep doing my best if you guys promise me that you'll also do your best every day. And sometimes my best is making dinner and getting the whole house clean, and sometimes my best is literally just waking up and doing one thing on my to-do list. So if you guys notice that I haven't uploaded in a while, I'm usually fine. I'm probably just recharging without communicating it to you guys because, like I said, I'm still kind of coming to terms with living with a chronic illness, and that's something that I never really saw happening in my life. And I'm still trying to figure out what works best for me in terms of like work-life balance and also just like general household stuff and, you know, all of that. So I appreciate everyone's patience, and again, thank you guys for giving me a space where I can be a little bit vulnerable about that. Let's go ahead and lock in here for a few minutes to try to get all of this filled in. Oh, I'm silly. I don't know what happened there. I'm sorry. And somewhere right over here, there's our villagers. Yeah, there they are. I'm not gonna go in there right now, though. We might have to later a little bit. Wait a second. Before we sleep, because it is getting dark, look at this view. All that warm lighting against the cold water is so magical. It looks so amazing. But this is like exactly what I was imagining. It's like so perfect. When I picked this seed, this is like exactly what I wanted to do in this area, was just like build a cozy little town. Very, very happy with this so far. And just to remind you guys, in between, you might have noticed on the schematic that there are going to be flower pots with flowers in between all of the lanterns, just to add another little bit of color and interest to the docks. Not to mention, the literal name of this place is Fabloom Valley, and if it's not gonna have blooms everywhere, aka flowers, what are we even doing? Oh my gosh, I am like really messing this up right now. I'm just trying to lock in. Maybe I need to talk more so that I focus a little bit less on it. All right, let's see. What else can we talk about? Books. I started reading the Plated Prisoner series, but guys, major content warnings for that series if you do start it. Definitely make sure you're reading the list of content warnings, because it is not what I expected even after reading those. But yeah, I just read the first 3 books, and then somehow I got a spoiler on Instagram that spoiled the ending for me, and now I just don't want to read the end. I don't know if I want to. Is it worth the journey to read the last 3 books of that series if you kind of know the ending already that you got spoiled on? I mean, I don't know everything that happens, obviously, but is it worth it, or...? I also finished the Shepherd King duology by Rachel Gillig, and really, really loved that. I read that right around Halloween time. I really, really enjoyed this story so much. I had so much fun with that and really, really liked all of the characters as well. And yeah, I don't know what I'm going to read next. I had some recommendations on stream I still got to check out and see if I'd be interested in, but right now I'm, you know, after getting that one book's or the ending of the Plated Prisoner series kind of spoiled for me, I'm like, oh, well, I don't know what to read now. And besides that stuff, I just really haven't been up to much since the last long play. Just a lot of busy work with planning the new series and trying to get that all established. I'm trying to decide right now if I want to do a raid farm in that world. The new hardcore world, I'm saying. Traditionally, I've always been a little bit against raid farms, and that's not because they're bad or anything. I just don't want to feel like there's no danger to me. I really need to feel like there's stakes for a hardcore world to feel worth it to me. In my Rosewood world, I actually didn't even let myself have totems for a long time because I was like, I think that beats the purpose of having a hardcore world. But eventually I decided that if I wanted to live in that world forever, then I was going to need one. So I said to myself, I will get a totem if I do a raid. Or if I got one from like a mansion, that would be also acceptable, but I couldn't build a raid farm. So if I do build one this time, I really want to put some restrictions on it because I don't want to feel invincible. I still want there to be some danger, you know? I'm not opposed to having a totem, but I don't want to have an unlimited amount of them. And I really want it to be something like really special that I have to work for it by risking my life by fighting a raid or, you know, to celebrate like every 1,000 days. Maybe I can run the raid farm once. Maybe I'll just try to make it like further than I did last time, and to celebrate we'll make like a little raid farm, which would be like right after episode 3, which I'm gonna start recording after I finish this one, or this long play I should say. But I think that I just have been a little bit hesitant, and it definitely cost me my last world, so I'm a little bit more open to having, you know, a little bit of a helper. But like I said, I still need to feel like there's stakes in the world. I just don't want to have an unlimited supply. I mean, obviously if I can run my raid farm once every 1,000 days, that there are chances that I will die in those 1,000 days. And then if I ever need more totems, I can just fight raids for them. I think I might ask stream chat what they think, because I'm going to be streaming some hardcore next week. I'm going to be starting a new secret project. It's not really going to be a secret, but I like to say that it's going to be a secret because there is going to be some lore. I've been doing a little bit of like lore writing for this world, which is kind of wild. But I have decided that every 1,000 days that I live in this world, I'm going to do a world download for YouTube members and Twitch subscribers. So it'll be a world that you can download and play in yourself or explore yourself. And I want there to be kind of like hidden secrets and stories to find in the world for you guys if you do end up, you know, getting a world download. I really want these like hidden things to have a lot of meaning to the story of Sapphire Vale. I think I can say the name now, since you guys are probably going to see that the name is Sapphire Vale before the video comes out. And actually there is another stack of 8 slabs, or a set of 8 stacks of slabs, I should say. So we are really like just going through. This is like 40 stacks, I think, that I just crafted, like the 40th like amount of stacks. I don't know if anyone has been counting along with me. I think that this is the 5th time I've crafted a stack of logs down. But yeah, I just really want a lot of special stuff that I don't normally do for this world, like storytelling and, you know, everything being connected with pathways and everything like feeling like one real alive world. And especially like in episode 2, I talk about the happy gas and how they would be a perfect way to get in and out of the valley. So we've got to have like a bunch of happy gas docking stations going around the valley for their safety, and also for, you know, just the aesthetics and the storytelling behind that. I've always felt a little bit self-conscious in the past of trying to tell like stories on my channel, just because I don't know if I'm a great storyteller, but I really, really do want to try and tell some good stories on my channel, or at least try to include little bits and bobs of the story that I'm kind of writing for myself, you know? Right here, I think is, I didn't mean to fall in here, but right here is where I think that little like pier is going to go down into the water. So we don't need to put rope there, because it's going to be open. And I really want to put like another one over there somewhere, but I don't know exactly where I want it to go yet. So for now, we will just completely like ignore that. And then over here where the boat is right there with the pathway, I feel like we kind of have like a natural spot that we don't really need a pier on. Maybe we could even put it over there, like somewhere over there would be good. That is definitely a future Froggy problem. I'm not going to worry about that too much right now, but I do want to go ahead and put in this pier while we're here. So let's get this put in, but I do want to go ahead and actually use full blocks or full planks for this bit of the dock. Or for the pier, I should say. I just feel like it's going to look a little bit better once it's in the water. Okay, let me just kind of focus for a second and get this looking right. But yeah, getting back to the conversation about storytelling and world building, one thing that people ask me all the time is, how do you stay invested in a Minecraft world beyond, you know, gearing up a little bit and doing some, you know, basic resource gathering, building a starter house, or if you're a person that like plays Minecraft and then, you know, does like structure exploration and goes to the end, like how do you keep going with Minecraft if you are kind of naturally at the point where you would be done? And for me personally, I really think it's about the storytelling and the lore potential. Not that everything has to be so lore filled and, you know, everything, but like even just having your builds kind of near each other, like you've got like a farming place, and then you've got a village and a castle, and like they all probably like protect each other and feed each other, and there's roads between them, and there's like the potential there just for a little, even if it's like a simple story, you know? Of course, for me, I like playing in survival, so I like building stories in survival about the people that I think would have lived there, or about my character in survival. So I think for me, like, environmental storytelling is something that really keeps me invested in a world, because there's just so much potential to try new styles and to, you know, make all sorts of different builds and towns and improve your, you know, skills and stuff. And you can like literally go back to your old builds and be like, wow, it's right there, the proof that like I've improved. I also really like the challenge of trying to make like a semi-efficient farm and trying to hide it and make it look pretty in like a nice build and stuff, or into like some kind of structure or underground type of thing and make that all look nice. So I actually do have a complete list of things that I want to do in my hardcore world, whether it's like farms or things that are just like long-term world goals for myself. So I combine these ideas of like the stories and the farms and the long-term things that I want to do, and I kind of just make those all into one. And then that keeps me really invested in a world, because I'm like, oh my gosh, I have so many things to do. But that's just where like my personal intrinsic motivation for Minecraft comes in, because you can really make that world like whatever you desire and dream of, you know what I mean? For other people, I know their motivations for playing Minecraft can be different. So if you guys haven't ever tried out any of the stuff that I'm talking about and you're struggling to play Minecraft or stick with one world, maybe try that. And also seed searching. Seed searching really saved me from starting worlds over and over and over again, like so much. I think we're coming up on the last little bits of this here, and I'm so excited to be almost done. We are currently at like an hour and a half into the recording. I mean, I know I paused for a second there because I had to answer the door, so I will probably have to cut that out. I don't know exactly how long it is. Once we are done with this, we'll put down all of our flower pots and get our flowers in, and then I think that we'll be able to actually start the real build, which is the cafe. I mean, the docks is still the real build, but the thumbnail build is what I was gonna say. The way that the night sky is reflecting in this water right now is actually so pretty. I'm obsessed with it. And look how beautiful that moonrise is. Oh my gosh. And here we go, the last few slabs. I think that means that we are almost completely done with the docks. Of course, we still got to add in all of the rope in between, all of the lanterns, all the flowers, and there are some spots that we have to fix up, but we won't worry about that too much right now. We'll just get all this rope in first. And I don't know what I'm going to do there, so I'm just going to ignore that for a second because we won't see that anyways. Okay, so we'll start from right here. Obviously, this right here is an exception to the every other rule, but we're still going to follow that kind of starting from there. I think that's okay. I really need to just actually clean this up a little bit. I don't really know what I want to do over here yet, but I think it would look better if we just spend a little bit of time and clean this all up. Then maybe something like that. I'm gonna have to fix this later on, I think, but that's kind of good enough for now, I think. Just add a little bit of pathway in here. Now it looks like it was intentionally supposed to be that way, and we can fix this up a little bit. And then we've got this weird little spot right here to try to fix. So maybe if we just kind of capped it off with another dark oak? No. I was gonna say a slab first, but maybe we put the dark oak there and then a slab in between and then the rope? Yeah, I think that's okay. That kind of looks a little bit better. Wow, walking along this though is really, really good. This is exactly the vibe that I wanted and I'm so happy with it. Oops, did not mean to place that. And now we can take all of our bricks and make them into flower pots. Hopefully this is going to be enough. And we can just go ahead and place them in all of the empty spaces between the lanterns. That was embarrassing. I didn't mean to miss that. Anyways, I hope you guys don't mind the kind of moments of silence. I know that I had said before that I was going to be trying to do that a little bit more. I know you guys have watched these videos to hear me yap, but sometimes I really just struggle with what to say. Especially once we get past like that hour mark where I'm like, okay, I've literally already talked about everything on my to-do list to talk about. I'm feeling like this right here looks a little bit weird. I thought this earlier too, but I just want to try to fix that up, and I think that might be a little bit better now. And over here, this is also a little bit weird. We could probably just remove this part right here, and that might just fix that problem. And maybe put this fence back there. I don't know. I don't know if that makes sense, but we'll just ignore that for now. It's no longer our concern. And put the lantern on it, maybe? Yeah. Okay, back to flower potting. I really need to get some more lighting on the interior side of the docks though, because some of this over here is pretty dark and scary. But I'm assuming at some point in this video we're going to put like piles of stuff down, probably like barrels and crates of veggies and stuff, so we'll put some lanterns and stuff with that too. Okay, there we go. All done besides filling in the flowers. Wait, did I actually put one there at the end? I like literally could not remember, and that just happened. My memory is terrible. But like I said, we're gonna put some lighting over here that'll obviously be a big concern later on to keep this all lit up over here. It's so nice to be able to walk right next to the water though. I'm so happy with that. But let's head up to the starter house because I have a bunch of flowers growing in the botany pots for all of the flower pots on the dock. And while we're up there, we can also take a quick little sleep. Okay, we do have some cornflowers and some alliums I've been growing in here, so I'll grab those. I don't think we'll need quite a stack, but We've got some pink tulips and some orange tulips as well. We'll just leave those in here to keep growing. And then I want to also bring in some of these Areophorums or Areophorums. I don't know if I'm saying that right. I'm sorry. We've got some of our classic Mizuno flowers that we know and love, and then also a modded flower too, which I'm very, very excited about. But I do want to check how many blue orchids I have, because I was growing some for the flower bed over here, but I want to do a couple of those on the docks as well, maybe. Add in that other tone of blue, but I don't know how many I have left. I don't think I'm going to have enough to do any on the docks. So let's just double check in here. I've got 29. I don't know if that's going to be enough. I only had 3 in the backpack as well. I don't know. I really thought that we had more. Oh, I do have more. Oh, they must be over here in the overflow. Like, it must have been full. I need to get some stack upgrades over there. Well, okay, this works though, because this makes our plan to have some blue orchids down there as well possible. So let's go ahead and just rearrange this a little bit. And yeah, let's take a bite of our steak and then we'll swap it out for the blue orchids. But just getting to look down at this being in the world, it looks so, so good. I'm really, really happy with it. Obviously, we have all these like weird grass spots that we're going to have to deal with at some point. And like I said, I don't know if I'm going to retaining wall or not. We're also going to have to put stairs around to get to the upper parts of the world, but also to the bottom parts, down to the docks. But so far, I'm very, very happy with this. And I'm just going to alternate all the flowers into different, you know, flowers going in each pot. Not really too concerned about which flowers go in which order. There's no like real specific way to put them all. All right, and here are our last few flower pots going right in. I'm so happy with this. It's coming out so, so cute. Just adds a little bit of like a pop of flowers onto the dock area, which I love. The rest of them we'll just put in our backpack for now. I do want to go ahead and grab these other flowers out of the backpack though, to put them into our flower backpack, just so that it's all in one spot. And now that we are done with the docks, I want to get started on the cafe over there. Also because it's almost 2 hours into the video and we still haven't actually started the main project. Well, I guess the docks is the main project, but also the other part of the main project. And I think this is going to be quite a big project because we have to put all of our tables in there. We've got to put like our cooking tables and stuff. And let me just make sure we've got all of our tools. And we'll just do a little bit of rearranging and cleaning up in here because this is actually kind of horrible. It's really bad. This is the worst it's ever been. This is Frogcrafting inventory syndrome. The one thing I am slightly concerned about is the amount of dark oak that we have because we don't have that much left. So I do want to grab some of that before we start. So I don't think we're going to have enough to do all the beams and pillars and stuff. But we do have some up in the starter house, like I mentioned earlier. I actually should have just grabbed it earlier when we were in there, but I completely forgot. But if we just come in here to our botany pot chest, yeah, I think 3 stacks will be more than enough. That'll be more than we need today. But yeah, right over here in this spot right here next to the barn, we are going to be building up our mushroom cafe. And I really wanted it to be in this spot because the idea for it being here is that maybe they also like help with the farm, or they're right next to the farm at least. And then I was thinking we could also have kind of like a doorway that leads out so they could just go and like grab some fresh tomatoes to make their sauce or whatever they're going to need. I also thought about putting it over there where those trees are, but I just don't know if that's enough space. I really do want to build something over there at some point though, because I really want something kind of next to the hobbit hole. So we'll have to keep that in mind as well. Anyways, right here is just going to be the perfect spot for this cafe. So I think we better just go ahead and start this. The only thing is, how far back do I want the cafe to be? So I want there to be at least 1 block gap through here so we can walk alongside the front of this. So if we put something like right here, right there. No, that's definitely too far forward, I think. I don't like that. What about there? That's a little bit better. Wait, before we get too far into this, let me grab our sawmill here and also grab out some spruce wood, because we are going to need some barrels for our beams. We're just gonna make a bunch. I don't know if this is gonna be enough, but we'll use them. So we'll start right here. And then in between, I'm just going to count out some blocks with some cobblestone, just for like a different texture. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And then that's 13 as well, so it'll be like a big square. And then we'll bring it back over on these other sides over here. I don't normally do square builds like this, but I'm going to try to make it look less square when I actually build the roof. Ah, I did not think I was going to need my shovel, so I put it away, but clearly I did need it. And we'll just cover that because that'll be covered by the cobble anyways, or the stone blocks. Okay, and that is 11, so this is good. Sorry, sometimes I can't count out loud. I get like really self-conscious, I don't know why. Okay, so as far as shaping goes, we're going to have a doorway over there on that side. And normally I would do a front entryway, but there's not a lot of space here in the front. So what if we did like a side entry? We can bring this in over here by, let's say, 1, 2, 3, and then a block. And bring that out a couple of blocks. And then do the same thing. We'll bring that out by 3 blocks as well. And then we'll go ahead and we'll do our beams with our barrels. Obviously, we'll be putting the stripped dark oak on top of that. Then this in the middle would be an open doorway into the restaurant or the cafe. And then how many blocks do we have here? Whoops. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5 in the middle. So we can get rid of that for like a doorway. But yeah, that works. And genuinely, I think this will be a good size for a cafe for like seating, and then like the restaurant bit part where we like actually cook and store all the foods. So let's go ahead and take this up by like 4, 3, and 4. That makes it 5 high total. Oh, and I should have my axe out here so I can go ahead and strip everything, because I really don't think I'm going to need my shovel anymore. And then we will bring this beam all the way across to the other side. And go ahead and bring it up. And then strip the whole thing. Oh my gosh, the torch spam. Oh my gosh. I've been trying to keep them there so it helps with the lighting, because in the last long play, I like literally didn't light anything up. So I'm just, I'm trying to have it be a little bit more bright in this one. I know it wasn't the greatest, and I just completely forgot about lighting up my area. I mean, it was a little bit lit up, but like not as well as it usually is. So the video was quite dark. I've just been hoping that holding the torches has been helping with that, but we can try it without it for a little bit. And I really was convinced that it was nighttime because it's quite dark, but it's not quite nighttime yet. So let's just go ahead and build this out. And we're using our other logs that are already stripped because they're already stripped, so we might as well use them. So let's bring out a beam this way. And we'll just go ahead and link all of these up. Okay, let's go ahead and put out some of the beams for the second floor as well. There will be a second floor to this building. This is just going to be the entryway, so this will be just one floor, so it'll just have a roof right there. You don't have to worry about doing another set of beams up there. I know it's kind of weird, but I think I want to do the kitchen on the second floor and then have like a big seating area on the first floor. But I'm still workshopping that, so we'll see how that goes. And just go ahead and strip a bunch more dark oak. And we'll also bring this up by 4. We're going to bring the beam across on this side, but I don't think we're going to bring it across on the front. Because I have an idea for the roof that's going to have like a double peak in the front, and I feel like it'll look weird if we have the beam going this way, but we'll have it going on the other side. And then I think I do want to put some beams elsewhere, like in the middle, but I don't exactly know yet. We'll have to wait until we put the walls in to figure that out. But let's go ahead and go down and sleep. Oh, I must have taken that fall damage that I would have gotten when I jumped on the bed when I got up. That's funny. But let's go ahead here and take a quick pop into free cam and just look at what we've got going on. So over here, we're going to have our entryway, and then we'll have our main stone kind of building seating area. Then upstairs, we'll have our kitchen with our double peaked roof. And I want that just to make it look more interesting. So if we come over here to the barn, imagine this kind of shape, but with 2 of them right next to each other. Just to make it a little bit more interesting, like I said. And we don't have any roofs like that in the valley. I mean, that one up there on the hill has dormers, but it's not quite the same thing. And I just want this to be like really special and unique looking. But before we get into all of that, I want to go ahead here and replace all of this cobblestone with the actual stone blocks that we're going to use for the build. And that's going to be cobblestone, stone, and stone bricks. And that dirt I am not going to worry about because we're just going to cover it up again in a second. But we have a very special tool in our backpack that's going to help us with placing all the blocks randomly. So let's grab all of our blocks here that we've got, and then we're going to arrange all of this on our hotbar. And now we'll take the torches out of our hotbar too, because the trowel is going to place anything down that's on our hotbar randomly. So you really only want to have the blocks that you want to be in your palette on your hotbar. But we're just going to use this to go ahead and randomize anything, and then anything that looks weird we can just fix. Sometimes you get like a million stone in a row, and that's always a little bit weird. And then on this front side here, I think I want to do windows like every other, like that. Yeah, I think that's cute. And on the back side, we'll go ahead and mirror that whole thing. And this is exactly what I mean here. Sometimes it puts a million stone in a row, so we'll just try again. And yeah, usually on the second or third attempt, it's a little bit better. And then over here, we'll continue the same thing, but this side will obviously have an arch. And oh my gosh, why do I get so much stone? I'm very unlucky with this. What do you mean? That was so much stone. Okay, that's a little bit better. Over here, we'll have like an arched entryway eventually. So I'm just gonna close this off for now. We'll figure that out later. And now we'll just fill in this front entryway. Well, side entryway. It's not really the front. And maybe we'll dig out a place for some windows in here. I don't know if I like that though. Maybe we'll cover it up. I haven't decided yet. We'll fill this in a little bit. And then we'll take out this space here in the middle. And then this gives us our farm access that we were talking about. Yeah, I like that. And it kind of lines up directly with the doorway on the other side, which is kind of nice. The symmetry makes the brain happy. On second thought here, though, I am going to swap these out because I do want this to be like a very tall doorway. I'm really trying to decide here if I want a window on both sides. I think maybe, yeah. I feel like, yeah, that looks probably a little bit better than having it be closed off. But I do want to make some special windows from one of the mods here, and that's from Macaw's Windows. And there are these dark oak 4-pane windows, and I really want to make the stripped variety, I think. So we're going to need these window pane bases, and we've got to make those with sticks and glass, so we're going to have to go get a bunch of that stuff. I do believe we have a villager that sells glass, and then obviously we can just make sticks. That's no issue. Hello, Nikki. Right, you are just silk touch. What about you? Oh, neither of you sells glass. That is just very silly of me to have assumed that. And we only have 7 emeralds. Oh my gosh, but I do have a guy that buys spruce logs, so we can probably get some emeralds that way. Hello, Selena. Nikki and Selena are in here keeping it real. And these trades are weird. Wait, let me get that XP. Did I hear him refresh? Oh yeah, I did. Okay, I thought I did. Alright, and then we'll take this over here and maybe our mending villager. Yeah, we can try to level this person up. And then hopefully they get glass. Oh no, we have to go through the whole next step. I forgot. I probably can make some more books. I don't know how much sugarcane I have, but I have quite a bit of leather. Let's go see how many books we can make so we can try to level him up. Also, just taking a quick peep at the cafe structure, I think that placement is peak. I think that we really popped off with that. For anyone who's just watching this kind of in the background, do you guys ever just wonder like how brain rotted I am that this is the way that I speak in these long plays? I think about that all the time. Also, why did I just like low-key think that the hobbit hole was on this level? It's obviously on the hill. Like, it's up the hill. I know where the hobbit hole is, but I just thought it was down there for some reason. Alright, I've got some more extra emeralds in here, but then also let's check on the sugarcane amount. I've got 15, which is not great. I've got 24 in my backpack that I grabbed, so let's go ahead and just make this into paper. And then we can make books with that, I guess. We do have like over 800 leather, so the leather is no issue, but I probably need to get some sugarcane into a botany pot or something. That will be coming in a future episode. But we also do have quite a bit of stone, and I can probably trade some stone with our stonemason. So I'll just go ahead and grab a bunch of this as well, and then we'll trade it with our stonemason just for some extra emeralds. Apologies, by the way, if this seems just like a little bit random. I am really hoping that this villager has glass, because it'll be very embarrassing if they don't. You know, I think that could be the perfect spot for some stairs, actually. But anyways, yeah, it would be very embarrassing if this villager didn't have glass, but if they do have glass, then it would be a great source of glass for the valley, because right now I have to like travel far away to get sand. Hello, I'm back. And I want you to buy all my sand, or my stone, sorry. Okay, and then not this guy, but this guy. Let me trade some more books. I only was able to trade 2. That's kind of embarrassing. Oh, almost there. We'll just break these 4 bookcases really quick. I don't know if we'll need the other 4, but we'll keep those for decorations. And then here you go, sir. Now you are fully leveled up. Please have glass. Yes. Okay, perfect. That's awesome. And the other trade you got was Fire Aspect 1, which I don't really care about. But thank you for having glass. With this guy over here, we can trade 1 spruce for 1 emerald because he is cured. And then over here, we can trade 1 emerald for 4 glass. And he got Unbreaking 3 as well. Wow, what a goated villager. He has Mending, Glass, and Unbreaking. That's wild. Maybe perhaps one of the goatiest villagers I have ever had in my entire life. Then everyone else over here is kind of eh. I know that they stink bad. This room stinks. Also kind of unrelated, but I made a cleric over here, which we can get a bunch of different stuff from, but it was mainly to trade all of the rotten flesh. But yeah, we can also get bricks, and we can get quartz, and, well, blocks of quartz and stuff. But yeah, having villagers, even just a couple of them, is so nice, because then you can kind of get a little bit easier access to some items. Okay, now back to the task at hand. If we rewind, the whole point of that was to make some of these special windows that are from the Strip Dark Oak Macaw's windows. Yep, those are the ones right there. So we're going to need to have a Strip Dark Oak in the middle and surround that with the pane things. And then to make the pane things, we need a bunch of sticks and glass. And then I think we just like craft them in like weird formations. So I'm going to need to make more sticks. Let me do that really quick. Oh, that was a little bit too many sticks, I think, but that's okay. We will always take those. And then, okay, so I think we do it like next to each other. And then on top, yeah, and that's the 4 pane thing. And then we put the Strip Dark Oak in the middle. And these windows are super, super nice. And maybe a stack is too many. Maybe we don't need this many, but we can always use them in other places in the valley later on. But these windows actually open when you place them. So if you right click this with a hand that doesn't have anything in it, but you can actually open them that way, and they can also open multiple different ways. So you can have them kind of open like this or the other way, but I think I'm going to do it like that. Get a nice breeze from the lake and the mountains. And then we'll bring it onto the other side as well. Oops, I did not mean to put that sideways. Put that in the normal way. And then there's one more window to do right over here. And now having all of these open is going to give us some fresh air, but it's also going to let all the delicious smells from the cafe like leak out into the valley. So imagine walking by and you're smelling all this like delicious food. I love that personally. And we'll just go ahead and put all that away. Okay, now that that's a little bit more sorted, let's go ahead and make some stairs because I want to, before we start on anything else, do the upstairs part so that we don't die because I didn't get feather falling. But maybe, I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing, so we're just gonna have to freehand this a little bit and hope that it comes out good. I think that this is okay. Maybe it'll change in the future. Maybe we'll move it forward 1 block, I don't know. We'll put in a beam in the corner, do some dark oak logs. Then we're going to fill in this whole upstairs with spruce to match the bottom level. I was thinking about doing some pine, but this bottom part is spruce, so I feel like it's better. Like it's better if it matches, I mean. And just doing this right here is going to help so much with doing the walls because I won't have to do any weird parkour. I should always put in the floor before I start on the walls for the second floor, but, you know, it is what it is. Okay, but down here, downstairs, this is gonna have to change, I think, because I don't know if we can cover this nicely. We can cover it with some trapdoors, but I think the actual layout needs to change a little bit. But first, let's go ahead and get rid of the torches. We'll go ahead and place all of these lanterns down. Obviously, this one over here can't go in the corner, but it's close enough. And then we'll do one in the middle. So like right there. No, right there. There we go. And I just realized that we're gonna need to put a lantern down out here for now because there is no stairs there yet, or no ceiling there yet. So let's go ahead and sleep. And we'll just do a little bit of inventory rearranging and management over here. Okay, so I think if we count here into the middle 5 blocks, and then on the other side 5 blocks, yeah, that is even because it's 11. So then this can be a beam going 4 up, and then we'll repeat that on the other side as well. Only in the middle here, it's got to be a barrel and not a strip dark oak. Bring that up by 4. And yeah, now we can go ahead and fill in the rest of the upstairs. Over on this wall, nothing special is going to be happening because that's going to be mostly covered by the entryway. But over here on this wall, I think I might do some kind of balcony. Just something small and simple kind of right here where you can view the crops and the lake and stuff. But I'll figure that out later. Instead of a break room for the employees, it'll be a break balcony. And of course it starts raining. Like, it always is raining in this world. Okay, now we're just going to go ahead and fill in all of the walls, and we're going to leave some spaces on the front and the back for windows. But yeah, let's just go ahead and get this all done. But do I want the 3 or the 2? I think the 2 high windows are better. The 3 were a little bit intense. And just taking a step back. Yeah, that is good. I like that a lot. Let's get the rest filled in. And we will figure out the balcony still later. We will do that, I promise. And this one I think is just going to be a solid wall, like I said. Maybe we'll come back and add a window on either side of the entryway thing. But for now, until we figure out how big that roof will be, let's just fill it all in. And then on this side, we'll mirror what we did on the front with the windows. We'll also have windows on this side facing out this way. Okay, now looking around, I know it looks a little bit strange because of the beam not being there, but trust me, I do somewhat know what I'm doing. We're gonna trust the process here. Now for windows up here, we could use the ones that we already have and put those into our window slots. Or we could do something a little bit funky and different because we do have a bunch of glass and poppies. We could make some red dye and make some Mizuno's red stained glass panes. And obviously this is a little bit funky. It'll be two different kinds of windows, but I don't necessarily think I hate that. So if we did that, I think I like this. I'm just committing to it immediately, actually. I think I just like that. I don't know. The two different kinds of windows I feel like is a little bit more detailed. But yeah, I definitely think we'll put some windows in the wall on the sides once we get our roof on so we can figure out where they're supposed to go. And speaking of those roofs, we should probably start working on that next. So let's go ahead and get all the stuff that we're going to need for that. We probably need some scaffolding now that I remember that it exists. And hello. How's it going? Mr. Iron Golem, I need to bring some iron over to fix you. But the reason I'm coming over here is because I just remembered that I do want to buy some bricks for our chimney. If we're going to start working on roofs, I probably got to think about that too. So let's go ahead. We're going to grab some emeralds from Selena, and then we can go over to Nikki and we can buy some bricks. We're going to change those all into actual brick blocks. And I think these brick blocks will be pretty on the chimney as well. Can you refresh, please? Thank you. I just don't know if 40 will be enough. Actually, 40 is probably way more than enough, but maybe we'll have extra bricks now for flower pots and stuff. I don't know. 40 blocks of bricks is going to be way too much for a chimney. But again, the wonder of having a couple of villagers at your base. It was definitely worth the effort of curing those guys and then breeding them up a little bit. Now this tree here is going to have to go. Unfortunately, it just looks a little bit weird here, but maybe later we can put some trees back on the docks. Alright, and then let's go up here and we're gonna take a second and get rid of everything again. Oh my gosh, I just don't have enough room in my inventory because I have so many different blocks that I want to use. As a viewer of this channel, this must be extremely chaotic for you. I'm so sorry. At least the backpack opening is quiet, unlike a shulker box. Okay, for our roof here, we're gonna bring in some of the leaves, some of the moss blocks, some of the mushrooms. We're gonna need the carpets and the poppies. And we're also going to need some spruce for the outline of the roof. But we need some stairs to start off with here. So let's go ahead and grab a bunch of those. Maybe a stacker a little bit more. Where did I put my scaffolding now? Ah, there it is. Okay, my bad. Alright, there we go. And we're just going to go ahead and bring over the stairs and make our typical roof. Not that shape, but like that. And we'll pick up this junk on the ground over here. Or at least we will try to. What can I get rid of here? I'm trying to like figure out what to get rid of. It's so annoying having this full of an inventory. But okay, we are going to go ahead. Like I said, we're going to start making our typical roof shape here. Just some simple stairs. Okay, and now with the outline done, we can go ahead and just fill in everything with our red mushroom blocks here. And this is just one of my favorite Mizuno's blocks. I love this mushroom block so much. This is actually why I fell in love with Mizuno's, was just how vibrant and rich and beautiful the red mushroom block was. Besides the cobblestone is just peak. But then we're also going to remove some of the red mushroom block and replace that with moss. And we'll do the same over here, just a little bit of mossy action going on. And then on top of our moss and around our moss, we're going to place some oak leaves just for a little bit of bushiness. And of course, there's never such a thing as too many oak leaves, in my opinion. And we're going to add some poppies and some moss as well around it. Just some carpets, I should say. Now, I don't want to fill it too full because then it'll have that little extra poppies from the dense flowers mod, but I do want to put short grass over there in those empty spots. But I think we've got to go get the short grass because I completely forgot it. Alright, and let's just take a quick look over here. Wow, okay, it's a little bit hard to see because of the rain, but it's looking good so far. I really, really like that. It's going to look very, very pretty, I think, once it's on with the double peaks. But alright, time to grab our short grass here, just to have a little bit of extra stuff on the roof. And of course, I have way too much stuff in my inventory, so let me go ahead and get rid of some stuff. I mean, maybe not that, all of that stuff, but oh my gosh. I have so much stuff. There we go. Finally, some sunshine again. You know, I feel like these shaders, I don't see the rainbows after rain anymore. I've got to figure out why that's happening, but I never noticed the rainbows after rain anymore, and I'm very sad about it. And definitely right here, I feel like this is the spot I keep wanting to go to for a staircase. I feel like it would definitely make sense if it was right here as well. It could be easily like integrated into the land that we already have. And probably another one over there too. Put a grass here and the other one down here. There we go. Now that is one part of the roof complete, and that's what it's going to look like. And then we're going to also hang some lanterns here. Get one in on the corners as well. And then we've got to fix up that entryway there in the front. So for that, we're going to need some stone blocks again. Again, I hope you guys don't mind that I'm a little bit less chatty than I normally am. I just, like I said, I really sometimes don't know what to say in these. And I feel like sometimes I am always talking about the same, like, oh, let's grab our blocks, let's build the house, you know? It's like only so many ways that you can say stuff. So I hope that you guys are okay with like silence here and there. I'm trying to get also more comfortable with it because I know most people don't really enjoy this as much. But I'm trying to compensate. In the edit, I'm going to put more music than I normally do, and hopefully that helps kind of fill some of that. You guys will have to let me know what you think in the comments. And of course, in the meantime, we are just doing some decorating. Well, not like this. This is not very good decorating, but, you know, it was kind of just what we had to do at the moment. And we're gonna also grab some trapdoors. So I want to make like some little shelves here in the entryway. I think that would be cute. So we'll go ahead and arch this here. And then in between, maybe some trapdoors going down, kind of framing the door. We're going to need some more trapdoors, of course. Might as well just make a bunch while we're here. I like this, I think, but I feel like it's missing something. Maybe like a little kind of overhang over the front of the doorway. So we can grab some fences. And then let's also go ahead and craft some campfires. Maybe a couple of signs in case we use any leaves. And we'll grab those out as well. And then maybe some red mushroom block as well for the inside of the doorway here, just to make a nice little spot for the door. And then we did make some copycat stairs that we'll put in there. Yeah, that's perfect. And then let's go ahead with our campfires. We'll do like there. And then the leaves. Yeah, I like that. And then we'll bring down some fences. Oh, but maybe we're gonna have to change that because we can't hang a lantern from the leaf. So we'll have to change those. And I will just... Oops. I completely just messed that up. I did the same exact thing on accident. There we go. But we can hang a lantern from the bottom of the campfire, just not the bottom of the leaf block. Yeah, that's a lot better. And you know, I never really do this, but what if we bring the spruce stairs? Let me grab them. I thought they were still in my inventory, but they're not. What if we bring them around on the entire beam like this? And then hang more lanterns in the corners? Yeah, I feel like I could like this. Kind of like a little divide between the upstairs and the downstairs. Whoops. And like I said, we're just going to bring that all the way around the first floor. And we'll add a lantern on the other side as well. Although, wait, what if we added like a little kind of bakery type of overhang? If you guys know what I mean by that. I'm gonna need to go get some wool for that. Hello, sheepies. Let me grab some white wool really quickly. And you know what? I'll grab some red wool too. I don't know if we're going to use that for our bakery overhang thing, but it's good to probably get some. Although it feels like I'm not really getting that much wool, to be honest. Any more red sheepies? We'll come back. This might be enough for now. We're going to take out all these blocks and then we're going to alternate our wool colors. Ooh, but wait, maybe the red mushroom block instead of the red wool would be nice. And it'll kind of match the ceiling up top or the roof up top. I kind of like that actually. Yeah, wait. We're cooking. It's looking a little bit weird though, so let's go inside if I can jump through this window here and try to fix that with some other blocks that we have access to because of these. Yeah, they're called copycats. I just couldn't think of the word. But we'll just go ahead here and bring over some blocks so we have a base for our slabs to go on. Build up a little bit. Yeah, let me get this all figured out. Okay, it looks a little weird on the rope, but I don't think it connects to the fence, so we'll probably just leave that. But let's look in FreeCam at the shape of the canopy. Oh yeah, that's coming along. I feel like it needs something on that top part though, like maybe one of those half slabs. And by top part, I mean like right up here on this level. So let's go ahead and try to figure out, do we have those? I think they're called steps. Oh, yep, there they are. Okay, perfect. Okay, does that actually add anything, or does it look weird? No, I think I like that. I think that's cute, actually. It does look a little bit weird from the side here, but I don't know if we can actually do anything to fix that. Okay, let's just fill this in and see. Ugh, I don't like that either. You know what? It's fine. We just won't look at it from the side. That's... I'm making an executive decision here. With this red wool that we got, we could actually make a carpet here in the entryway, and then we'll alternate it with some wool blocks for depth. Obviously, we'll have to get more wool blocks because we only have one left, but we can go and check on the sheep in a second. Alright, let's go ahead and clean up this inventory again, get rid of everything again. And once we're done with this, I think it's time to sleep. Now, before we do anything else, let's go ahead and check on those sheep again. Try to get some more red wool. I don't quite know how the sheep mob farm works, and I'm too afraid to ask or try to figure it out at this point, so instead we have to do sheep the manual way. That's why I still have so many of them. Maybe we can dye a couple of extra sheep as well. Alright, there we go. Whoops, I missed the jump. But yeah, 12 should be more than enough to make the rest of the carpet and stuff that we need, and the wall blocks, of course. We'll just replace some of this with our wall. Like that. And one more right here. But now, do I want it to come out that far? Or should we make it come out like even further? Like maybe along the whole pathway? Throughout the whole thing? I don't really know. Maybe? Because that looks weird if we just leave it right there. But it is nice. Yeah, maybe we just extend it the whole way. So we're definitely going to have to get more wool and keep going back to our sheep. That way we can extend it for the entire way. But in the meantime, we've got another roof to put on up top. So let's go ahead and try to handle that. And I think this is a bunch of the stuff that we're going to need, so let's just go ahead and get to it. We're going to start here with this kind of weird, tricky angle for the double peak. I think something just like this is going to be exactly what we need. It looks a little bit weird, but once we fill in that top spot, I don't think it'll be weird anymore. And then over here, we're just going to do a normal roof. Sorry, I just took a sip of water. Especially, we've been here recording for over 2 hours, so it's very, very important with all the yapping and the recording to stay hydrated. This side we're just going to bring straight across. Oh my gosh. How many times can one girl mess up the stair placement on the same place? Oh my goodness. Sorry that I just like extendedly keep going silent. I'm just trying to lock in. I really don't think we're gonna get everything that I want to get done in this video. Like I want to decorate the docks and stuff, but I think that we're gonna have to either cut a bunch out at the end or just maybe do like some stuff on stream, like maybe some of the staircases and stuff we'll do on stream. But now we can come over and then fill all of this in over here. And then, oh yeah, we've got to do the calcite and diorite part 2. Okay, let me grab that too. Yeah. Oh, but we have this part over here too. I keep forgetting about this. Okay, let me get some strip dark oak. Maybe we'll do some like Tudor lines. Let's get all of this filled in. This is going to be quite a bit, I think. Okay, and now with that done, we can go back and fill in the roof. But I think here I want to connect it to the rest of the roof, so let's just bring this over. Maybe we can slab that. And then maybe a spruce plank there. And kind of go up with the spruce planks as we go, like this, kind of making like a band up the top. Yeah, like that. And same thing, we'll come back and mossify this later, but we're just going to fill it all in for now. I just realized that I forgot about doing the Tudor lines on this side. You know, I will say, as much as a mountain creator hates to see me come in, a roof really hates to see me come in too, because I'm always going to do Tudor lines at the top. And I don't even know why. That's the bad thing. I don't even know why I do this. I just really like this, and it's so simple, but it still makes it look a little bit interesting. Because I feel like I'm very, very bad at adding shape to my builds. A lot of my builds are kind of like basic squares, and they have a little bit of shape, but nowhere near the amount of shape that I'd like them to one day have. I feel like everyone else kind of has this understanding of building that I don't, and everyone else makes it look so easy. But when I try to do what they do, I just don't really like it as much. And I can't tell if that's a result of me being like super like self-critical, or if I just really don't like what I build because it's not good. I'm trying to figure out if this is where the spruce goes. I think that is where the spruce goes. Let me do this part so I can pull it all the way up. But before we do that, let's go ahead and sleep. And then we can fill this in. Okay, now let's make this match up. I think it is right here, yeah. That's what I thought. This side, though, I don't think is going to get anything special. I don't think I have time to add anything to this side and like make it special and make it look right. But also, let's be semi-honest with ourselves here. It is the back of the build, so no one will see it. Except for the people who are walking past on the pathways, but how many people can really look up and look at the mushroom roof and not be like, oh my gosh, it's so cute, instead of, wow, that's very plain magnifying glass emoji. Oh, we really need to put some light in here. It's a little bit dark. So let's go ahead. We'll grab out some of our lanterns. I couldn't find them. My backpacks are so chaotic right now. It's actually intense. And now let's get this last little bit of grinding here on the basic shape of the roof done. And there we go. Whew. It is filled in and done, which I love. Okay, let's just take a quick pop into free cam here. Oh yes, this is exactly what I imagined with like the double peak. I really, really love that. Of course, the sun is not at a good angle for this. I can't wait to see it once that like afternoon light is hitting it. It's gonna look so, so good. But yeah, the next thing that we need to do is probably mossify and add all of that character to the roof. That's gonna add so much detail and life. And then of course we've got to still work on the windows and stuff because they are looking a little bit plain right now. I also really want to get some flower boxes on the house, kind of like the ones we used over on the starter house, the mangrove ones, because I feel like that'll add a lot to the front as well. And I think we also used them over there in the chicken coop, but for some reason the flowers aren't rendering in them. Okay. So we still got quite a bit to do on the outside, but before we do all of that stuff, let's go ahead and check on the sheep again, because we're... Oh! I really thought that that was going to take out all of the flowers and grass and stuff. Oh my gosh. That's kind of embarrassing that I missed that. Anyways, like I was saying, let's grab our shears out and check on the sheep so we can get some more red wool for that big carpet that's going to go through the center of the restaurant or the cafe. I'm so sorry that I keep saying restaurant and cafe like interchangeably. I don't mean it. You know, I also feel like I never get 3 wool. I only get 2 every single time, or like 1. Am I just unlucky? Wow, this is looking really, really good so far. I'm super, super excited about it, but we'll put some lighting here on the top beam as well. Alright, with all of this, let's go ahead and start mossifying and prettifying this roof. And we're just going to do this kind of the same way we did before, just little patches of mossy, overgrown vibes with leaves and the carpets and everything else. The flowers and the grass. This is going to be really pretty, I think. Oh, over in this big section, we'll do like a big mossy section. Let's figure this out a little bit. Oops. Oh yeah, that is cute. That is coming out so, so cute. It adds so much with the mossy stuff onto the roof. With just the mushroom, it looks a little bit plain, I won't lie. So I'm really, really happy that we get to also add this little mossy bit to it as well. It's just a really cute idea. Yeah, this is beautiful. And then back here, I also wanted to add a chimney, as I mentioned earlier. So I want to grab out our bricks because I feel like doing a double chimney will be really, really cute. Since this is a cafe, there's probably going to be like a bunch of ovens and stuff. So we're just going to start out here with our bricks and we're going to texture them later. But we want these to be a little bit whimsical and also kind of offset just to be a little bit funky and different. And I think this one will go up maybe another couple of blocks. And also I want to do like a little bit of an arch in the chimneys. And for that, we're going to need our stone cutter. I don't want these to be the same height, so we're going to have to kind of work around that. And then maybe this side go like this. Yeah, maybe something like that. And then let's grab our campfires. Oh, luckily I have just enough. I have exactly 2. Wait, that's a moss carpet. I thought it was a moss block. I am silly. I don't know how I thought I was going to do it with a moss layer or a moss carpet instead of a moss block, but you know, we give ourselves credit for trying. Ooh! Trying not to burn my feet. And I still do. We'll put our campfire in there. And hopefully this looks good when we jump down. Oh yeah, that is whimsical. I love it. Let's free cam a little bit. Oh, the sunlight is so good right now, but the chimneys are so perfect. I love them. The only thing I will say is that I do believe we could bring in another color for some texture here. And this is going to be a weird thing that I'm going to bring in here. I know that this is probably going to be weird for a lot of people, but I'm going to bring in some oak planks because the color is very, very similar to the brick. But just a little bit slightly different. I mean, it's similar tones, you know what I mean? It's not the exact same orange, but it's similar tones, and I think it'll look really, really good. Oh yeah, something like that. That is like perfect. Just similar tones, similar vibes. Very warm, but not too outrageously orange or anything. That's the one thing that I feel like Mizuno's kind of lacks, is like colors that match together really well. But let's go ahead, we'll mossify the back of this roof as well. And then we'll finally get started on the interior and stuff. Oh no, we still have to do the windows and stuff. We've got a lot to do. Oh yeah, taking in that view right there, I'm really liking how that is coming out so far. But I just want to go over to the storage room really quick because I do want to grab some oak trapdoors or just some oak wood in general. Oh my gosh. Because I do want to build a balcony on the one side, like I mentioned, like over there. A little upstairs balcony up there I think is going to be really good, but I am going to need just a tiny bit of oak for that. Okay, we've got some trapdoors already, but I'm also going to go ahead and just grab some of these logs just in case we need extra ones. And you know, while we're here, let me go ahead and I'll just put some of this stuff away that we don't need anymore. And maybe we should also take a little snooze as well. We are probably very quickly approaching almost day 400 at this point, I feel. Alright, giving this a quick look here, I feel like this fills that space that I didn't really know what to do with over there really well. The one thing I will say is it is another red roof because we've got the mangrove roof over there and then we've got another one over there with the chicken coop. But I don't really think it matters that much, especially because we also have that like copper roof over there. Overall though, I just gotta say how happy I am with this whole project. It's been quite a grind today, but we are not done yet. I gotta grab my food here. I know we're getting low on food. I think we will make it though until the end of the day. You know what I just realized? We forgot to put the signs on that one part of the overhang over here where the leaves are. So let's go ahead and fix that before we do anything else. I think up there I really want to put a window, but I'm not 100% sure where it should go. So maybe we should go out front, like outside, and look at it from out there. Okay, I think right in this kind of middle spot right there, we'll put a glass pane. And then let's go over here and do it as well. Right in that middle spot. There we go. Oh my gosh, of course it starts raining again. Like, what is this world? It should be Rain Bloom Valley. Alright, so what I'm going to do now is work on crafting up all of our flower boxes. I don't know exactly how many we're going to need, but I believe it needs slabs and full blocks. Yeah, it does, and some dirt. Okay, perfect. And we'll just undo all of those. Surely almost a stack of these should be enough. We'll grab that and then, yeah, let's start getting these together and we'll get the rest of our poppies. because we are going to be putting poppies in all these. I know that poppies aren't a favorite flower of everyone who uses Mizunos, but I really like them actually. I think that they're very beautiful. Whoops. I don't mind if it rains, but I do mind if it thunderstorms, and it looks like I completely forgot my sleeping bag in the starter, or in the hobbit hole, so we're gonna have to run over there and grab it. Oh my gosh, this is not very relaxing, not very comfy, not very cozy. I'm really used to the other mod called Comforts that has a sleeping bag, because that one, when it pops back up into your, it goes back into your inventory. But this one doesn't. You actually have to pick it up, which is also fine, but I always forget. So I'm so used to it like popping back up. Also, this is off topic, but I have an itch on my leg that I'm trying to get, and that's why I'm walking a little bit weird, because I'm trying to get it and I just like, it's like so annoying. Oh my gosh. All right, leg's been itched, took a sip of water, and we've got our sleeping bag too. So let's head over back to the build and do some outside detailing. Just another little heads up here, I am going to probably just kind of lock in and focus on decorating for a bit. And in the edit, I will add some extra music in this point. But yeah, enjoy guys. I'll talk to you guys in a minute or when I have something interesting to say. And thank you guys for letting me kind of do these little lapses of silence. I know it's not like ideal. I just, like I said, I really don't know what to say sometimes. All right, just going back in here to free cam really quick, and that is looking super, super cute. Of course, we got to pick up those extra blocks, but I really like that little overhang on top of the balcony. I feel like that adds a lot. And as a whole, I really like this whole little spot out here. I think this is really, really cute. It adds a little bit of shape on that side of the build. But yeah, let's go outside and just take a look. It's looking so, so good. And before we do anything else, we're going to go and check on the sheep again as well, because I completely forgot that I should probably be doing that. Hello, 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 sheepies. I hope this is the last time I have to come see you today. You guys have been working very, very hard today. Okay, 16 wool. I think that we got 15 or something earlier as well. Hopefully that's going to be enough to finish out this bottom part. I don't know if it's going to be though. But let's see, we'll combine these together and let's just see what we get. We'll take out some spots for the full blocks to go in. And then let's make a bunch of carpet to fill the rest in with. Okay, let's just walk through. Oh, this is nice and comfy. I really like the sound of walking on wool in Minecraft. It's so nice. Maybe we'll add some little flower pots in here. I think that ceiling bit up there looks a little bit weird. So let's see if we can just try to fix this really quick. It's kind of... I don't know. It's just weird. That's the only way I can describe it. Does this help it? Yeah, I think that's okay. That kind of helps. I know I keep saying it, but wow, I really, really like this. I did not really know the direction we were going to go besides a few of the blocks that we were going to use earlier. Hi, Dorito. You guys might have heard my puppy walking around. He just walked into my room, but we've got to get some tables and chairs and stuff in here. Upstairs, we still have a whole kitchen to put through or to put in. And then right here, we've got to fix the staircase too. Let's focus on that for a minute. I like the idea, don't like the execution. That is horrible. All right, we're gonna have to change this up completely, I think. All right, so we should just be able to move this now. Stack those up. Yeah, that is a lot better. And then over here, we can just stack some more like this, kind of like how we had before. We'll put a lantern in there. If I could ever find my lanterns. We'll put a lantern in there for light, and there we go. That is so much better. That completely works, honestly. And then up here, we just got a little railing to make. That works. And then we just need one more mangrove trapdoor, which we can easily just grab. There we go. And then on top of that, let's do another lantern. I know there's one above, but I still think that looks good. Oh, we also need a door in the doorway down here, which I think we're going to do a spruce door. I was trying to see if I had one in my backpack already, but I don't. I probably have one at home, but yeah, home is too far away. All right, so that works. Then the other doorway is going to be open, but we do need to put some stuff in there. On top of an archway, I think I also want to add maybe some oak fences. Just for like a little different bit of color here. But that way no zombies can just like walk in if I'm cooking. That is to say, I don't know if they can get in through these windows, but hopefully they can't. I mean, I can, but maybe they don't know to jump over the flower boxes. Yeah, maybe just those lanterns on the outside like that. I feel like that looks a little bit better. Now inside here, I want to do some wooden tables. And outside we're going to do a different kind, but let's go ahead and start getting the table area laid out. Although that is not looking right. Okay, yeah, something like that. And then over here, we'll kind of mirror that. Yeah, that lines up. Oh, I forgot about the staircase. Okay, this one's got to be a bigger one then. And then we'll go ahead as well and put in some dark oak chairs. These are also from the Candlelight mod. I really like these. They seem very, very fancy. And there we go. Okay, it's a little bit full and kind of packed with seating, but I feel like that's not really that big of an issue. I mean, it literally is a cafe, so that's kind of the purpose. But all right, let's go ahead and get some paintings in here as well. I really want a... Oh my gosh, it's always that one. It's always that one! I really want a specific painting. Oh my gosh. All right, let me put that there. I really want a specific painting. I want the burger painting. It's a very special painting of Mizuno's to me. Oh, no! Okay, there we go. Got it. I mean, I don't know if we're going to be having burgers in this place or not, but I feel like it's a food painting, so it fits, right? Oops, that was a little bit much. And there it is again, that painting. I'm haunted by that painting. That's actually cute. We'll leave that one in. That kind of fits the little rustic cafe vibes, you know? Like, we got all of our wheat directly from Italy. Ooh, the burger painting opposite as well. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, okay, that's cute. I like that. Okay. Well, now for the seating that I want to add out here, I need to go and grab some iron because it is made out of iron. It's kind of like garden furniture, but I feel like that would be really, really cute on the docks. Hopefully our iron farm has still been working. Oh, and yeah, we've got a ton of iron to work with here. We'll put that in there. I know it needs nuggets as well. And this is from research iron table. Okay, that's from the bakery mod. So if we search at bakery, then we can see the chairs and the benches and stuff too. So let's just make a bunch of these to start with. Also, while we're here, I want to go ahead and just throw out a bunch of the stuff that we don't need anymore to put it away. Because this is starting to get a little bit chaotic for me. Okay, that is so much better. I feel so much better after kind of doing that. Getting that all taken care of. But I also, before we want to leave, want to start making some of like the bakery stuff, and so we can start setting up the kitchen too. I'm gonna have to go get some more bricks really quick. Just so we have definitely enough, because we're gonna need to make a bunch of counters and stuff. Okay, there we go. Trade for some bricks. And everyone resets, and then we trade again. Nice. We'll craft up our brick blocks really quick. Got a little bit over a stack, and oh, I heard the sound, but I forgot that we've already traded twice. That's unfortunate, but we got what we came for, so let's head back and we can finish crafting up all the stuff we're gonna need for our kitchen. Need barrels. Basket of bread. Sorry, don't mind me, guys. I'm just also kind of looking at everything that we can make and do. It looks like you get like a banner too if you cook everything from that mod. Just an absolute ton of crafting going on right now as well for all these like little bits and bobs that we're gonna need. All the different like pans and cake platters and all that stuff. Looks like these are plates. But yeah, let's go ahead and make some of those. They're called table sets. I think it's like a plate. And then this one's like more like a bowl. I don't know what the difference between the stuff that you can make with bakery and the other mod is. So if you guys know, let me know. But just because we have to make all this stuff, I'm just going to keep making stuff. Because I don't know exactly what's going to be necessary or not. And I don't want to have to come back over here every single time. But there's like a bowl, like a crafting bowl. I know we need that. I saw that in Blockdown's Fantasy Island series. Again, I don't know if we're going to need all these things, but I'm just going to make everything. I'll probably definitely need the mincer. Need to make another shovel. I probably could be doing this off camera, but since I have to sit here and experience this, you guys have to sit here and experience this too. So before we actually get into actually cooking the food, I don't know how to make any of this stuff because it doesn't have recipes in EMI. It's got info about it, but it doesn't actually have the crafting recipe for it. So I've got to figure out either from the wiki or see if there's like another mod for it. But we will do that in between, you know, placing the kitchen and starting to cook. We are getting to the point where I'm almost ready to go stretch my legs and brew some tea and stuff. So I think that on that break, I will figure that out. But for now, we're going to go try to fit all of this stuff up in that second floor, which should be more than enough space. But first, we have some outdoor seating to place. So we've got the iron tables, and we also had some chairs. And we'll just go ahead and start arranging these around over here on the docks, because this is very, very cute, I feel. Okay, it really does pay attention to which way that you're placing it, but we will get some chairs there. I don't think we'll need anything over on that side. There we go. And we'll take that one back. But yeah, there's a bunch of our seating, and then we can add the bakery signs. I think that's so, so cute, like on either side of the doorway. All right, so I might change up all the seating out here at some point. Like these could be subject to change, but let's go ahead inside and work on the kitchen. Oh wait, before we go, we also had those table sets, the bowls and the plates, so let's go ahead and set those up too. Oh, these are cute. I know that this is kind of simple, guys, but I'm really, really enjoying just how vibey this whole thing is. I mean, this is Minecraft. I mean, I play so much vanilla that I'm always trying to make my own kind of seating arrangements and stuff, so it's really, really cool to be able to play with the mods and then try to figure out how to fit all of the detail that you want to fit into somewhere. Alright, let's go ahead here and try to figure out how we're going to set up our stoves and all that stuff. So we've got one here, and inside here we can cook stuff at some point, and then we've got this caking station, and we've got some sinks and stuff. I think these are, yeah, if you click them with an infinite, or with an empty hand, it's an infinite source. You can add in some counters on the sides, and then one in the back as well. I like that. I don't know if I like that. We'll leave that, but then directly over here, I want to do like an island, maybe? I need some more counters, but yeah, that's how that's going to be going. And then we'll also hang up some of these like cabinets on the walls here, and we'll just store a bunch of stuff in those. And then in the corner here, let's put one of these drawers, because it's the same texture, but a bigger block. It's a little bit covered there, but that's okay. And then we can stack up some drawers over here. Maybe not right there. Maybe like that. Yeah, that's cute. Oh, and then over here, let's take this counter off and kind of cap it the same way. Except for that top one, that needs to change. There we go. Now these tool racks, I'm assuming that we can hang these pots and pans and stuff from. Oh, well, okay, that one wants to go onto the counter. We'll just put that right there. Oh, that's nice. It's got like a little sauce bubbling over, and now it's heated inside too. Oh. That does go on the tool rack, but it doesn't render. Oh, that's annoying. Okay, we'll just place that down. Let's find a spot for our crafting bowl and our mincer. Maybe we'll put that over here, but I don't want it to be facing that way. I want it to be facing towards me. How am I gonna get it to go there? Maybe like that? Yeah, okay. Alright, now I just gotta get out of here and... Oh my gosh, I'm breaking everything. Of course I am. I wonder if my friends ever think about me. Like, we can't take her anywhere, you know? Alright, there we go. So we've got our mincer into place. I'm assuming we make like meat and maybe like noodles and sauce and stuff with that. I think I remember that. And I can't place the knife on the counters, but it's alright. We'll put it in the drawer and I'll put in this table set like over here as well. And the roaster can go somewhere. That's also a different kind of cooking tool. Let me actually just break these really quick because I do have some extra stoves that we can put down. They're a different texture, but that's okay. I think that's all right. Oh, the rolling pin. I don't know where to put that. The roaster can go back down. Where did that other pot go? Oh. Did I break it? Did it go outside somehow? I don't see it. You know, I'm not going to worry too much about that, but now this is all lit up for the fire being on. That's just really weird that I don't know where it went. But we have some other stuff we can place down. We've got this cooking pot as well. Again, I don't know what all of these different tools do, but there we go. And let's go ahead and place down some more countertop and we'll move our crafting bowl. Oh my gosh! Why am I like this? I'm genuinely so clumsy and overzealous with my pickaxe. It's very annoying. The crafting bowl definitely should be over here with the cake station because I feel like that will be useful for making cake. Place cake dough on top of the caking station to start baking. I'm not ready for that right now. We've got to get a lot of stuff finished up in here. Alright, let me lock in, let me finish up this part, and then we're gonna cook some food together, and that'll probably be the last thing that we do for today. But yeah, I've got a lot of stuff in here to finish, so let me get all of that sorted. And then maybe this... Oh, this is cute! Oh, okay, I see. This is for like if we were putting it downstairs. Oh, that's actually sick. I kind of want that. Let's try. Is there anywhere I can fit this? Okay, we're cooking here. We're cooking. I mean, not literally, not yet, but we are cooking. I think next up, I just want to work on the ceiling a little bit because it is looking a little bit weird, and I want to add some of those beams and stuff that I've been doing in some of my builds with the trapdoors. I feel like that'll look really, really cute in here. It'll keep the mushroomy vibes, but also add just like a little bit of a barrier in between the kitchen and the mushrooms. Okay, coming back in here, I feel like this is absolutely adorable and it absolutely works. I know I kind of locked in there. I was a little bit silent for a second, but I think the end result was definitely worth it. And we've just got one thing left to do now, and that's to figure out all the modded foods. But like I said earlier, we are going to take a little bit of break. I'm going to go stretch my legs and brew some tea and look up the recipes or try to find a mod or something to help because they don't show an EMI for some reason. I really, really want to figure this out because I really want to get this modded food going. Yeah, let me go do some research and I'm going to brew some tea. And I also want to maybe walk my dog really quick, but I'll be right back. Okay, a short while later, I'm back with a cup of tea and I'm ready to continue on our journey. I've got a bunch of vegetables and stuff on my hotbar, and in my inventory is almost completely full of just the different farming things that we have up in the house. But I want to go up to the mob farm and grab some pork stuff, and then we're also going to go and harvest some crops over at the barn as well. I mean, that's what it's all there for. So also down below, I have placed down some decorations on the docks. You might notice them as we walk throughout. There's different like benches and stuff like that that I placed down, but I cut that out of the video because it was just like another like half hour of me just placing stuff. And I wasn't really talking, I was just kind of autopiloting. So I'm just going to cut that out and I'll just take you guys around and show you all the little piles and stuff. I noticed when I was away that I also pulled in my footage into the Premiere program that I'm using to edit, and it's also almost like 4 hours already. So in the interest of not making this 5 hours long, I added some seating and then I added some like little piles of stuff like crates and bags and crafting and all sorts of stuff on the other side. I'll show you as we walk through there. But since all that stuff is produced right over there, I felt like having like little shipping pallets or something like that would be kind of fitting to move it around the valley. But we're just gonna go right up over here and go up to the mob farm really quick. I don't know if I've already said this, but I'm so proud of how this world's coming out. And specifically this video, we've just made so much progress. I know there's a lot of Fabloom Valley enjoyers on this channel, so I just want to say thank you guys so much for watching this series. It's really, really fun. Also, it's nice to just make something that's not super highly edited. Long plays are so nostalgic for me. It really reminds me of like old YouTube Minecraft where people would just upload like an hour of footage. And I don't know, it was just something so good about watching that when I was younger. I consider my long plays to be a love letter to that kind of nostalgia, but hopefully better aesthetics and, you know, more yapping. Alright, so I want to grab some pork because we have a lot of other meat. We don't really need any... Oh my gosh, I really need to get some stack upgrades up here. That will be a between episodes froggy thing. And actually, while we're up here, I want to go try, since we have 37 levels, to get feather falling again really, really quick. I did not forget about this from the beginning of the episode, even though I started recording like literally hours ago. Somehow I'm remembering that right now. Okay, here we go. Blast protection. At least it's not fire protection. Protection 3. Not quite what we were looking for either. Unbreaking. Fire protection, of course. Oh, I was really hoping that we'd be able to get it. Oh, feather falling 3! Okay, that's better than nothing. That is better than nothing. And we can just take our boots here and combine them in the anvil in our backpack. Oh, 17 levels. Oh my gosh, 21 levels. Everything's so expensive. You know what? We will take that. We've still got a lot to go on the other pieces of armor that we have, but we will worry about that another time. We don't have to worry about that right now. All right, now down back to the project area so we can continue our work getting out of the powdered snow. Oh my gosh, this is why I built the staircase, so that we could avoid the powdered snow, and the staircase is there for a reason, Frogcrafting. We better start using it. But yes, I have found a mod that works with the our EMI. Now, I almost said REI, but it's EMI that we're using in this world. And I found a mod that allows us to see the recipes for all of the food, which I'm very, very excited about. And I'm super excited to start cooking before we end our stream, no, our video today. Oh my gosh. It's been a long day if you can't tell. Okay, vegetable-wise, I don't think I need any... Yeah, potatoes and carrots I'm good on, but I do need strawberries, which I guess is more of a fruit. And... Oh, I forgot that I can right-click harvest these. Whoops, I am silly. Most likely we're going to need some wheat to cook today. We always probably will need wheat to like make pasta or bread or whatever. I think you also make yeast with wheat, and yeast is used in a lot of these recipes. I think one of the last things we're going to need over here is some sugarcane. So let's go ahead and grab that too. And we can take a quick look at the other side of the docks. So we've got to grab some sugarcane. I'm going to need some actual sugar. But then, yeah, over on this side, I did just add like little piles of shipments and stuff ready to go out. And then over here, these are some like milk cans that are coming down from all the cows up there. And we've got just some more like backup bags of carrots and potatoes and strawberries and stuff. Over here, I've got like some firewood and some other different stuff that could probably go get moved around the valley. I don't know, it just felt like it made sense. And then obviously there's no like real dock here to like load stuff up, but we're just using our imagination, okay? It's getting moved around by magic, but maybe I'll come back and add one in like over here. That would kind of be kind of across from that, and this would be a good spot for it, I think. But like I said, like probably 5 times already, I just don't want this video to be 12,000 hours long. It's already pretty long, and we are still in the process of just getting to the end goal here, which was making some modded food. Anyways, let's go ahead and head inside to do some cooking. Now, like I said before, I found a recipe add-on that works with EMI. EMI is kind of this thing that shows all the different recipes for all the different things. So let's say like our onion soup here, for instance. Now we can see how to make the onion soup and the effects that it gives you. It gives you rested for 2 minutes, and rested actually gives you extra experience. So this is pretty cool. We just need 2 onions and some bread. And bread we can make with some on the stove with dough and yeast and water. Okay, this doesn't look too bad. We just got to figure out how to make the dough, and this is the create dough, which I am not going to be making. Just regular dough is what I want. Okay, the farm and charm dough is flour, yeast, and water in a crafting bowl. But how do we get flour? This is create. I don't want to do it this way. I think there was another recipe. I'm a little bit scared of it doing it this way. I mean, I know how to do it. I did it before on the create island, but... How do I get to that other recipe? Oh, there we go. Okay, and with that we mince wheat. Okay, interesting. Okay, so first up we're going to turn our sugarcane into sugar. And let's go ahead and just drop a bunch of stuff into one of these drawers over here, because we're not going to need all this for now. Alright, and then up here we'll do a veggie drawer. So we got a meat drawer, a veggie drawer. I guess this one will also get fruits, I don't know. We'll take some of our wheat and we'll go ahead and mince that down. So then I think we just right click on the actual machine itself, and oh, there we go, it's shooting out. Oh my gosh. Okay, and then shift right click with an empty hand, we can get our wheat back. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, so then after that, we have to make yeast in the cooking pot, but I don't know how to do that. So let's try to find it again. Okay, so that's sugar, water, and wheat in the cooking pot. That's pretty easy. Wheat and water and sugar. And then I think we need a bowl too. Ah, yes. Okay, we need a bowl. Sorry, I was like trying to figure out all these menus. I'm so confused. Making a bowl is pretty simple though, because we've got our spruce logs. We can store them up there in those drawers, and we will easily be able to just craft a bunch and leave them up there. Alright, so now we just gotta wait for this. I guess that's gonna take a while. And I guess we'll also just put some wood up in those cabinets so we can craft easily. I know this stuff takes a while in real life too, but it takes a while in Minecraft. Holy. Oh my gosh. Be done. Hello? Am I doing something wrong here? Oh, there it goes. No, it just takes so long. Well, there's our yeast. We won't have to make that again for a little bit. All right. So then... But this does use your water. So what we can do is actually grab our trapdoors here and we can make an infinite water source inside. Wait, though. Don't we have that sink? I feel like we could just use that instead, right? Because that should... Wait, hold on. Let me put this back. I know that this is kind of counterproductive, but I just want to make sure this is going to work and let me take the water from the sink. I completely forgot that we had sinks up here. All right, so we'll go ahead and we'll grab our water, and then with our empty hand, we can open the faucet and get more. Perfect. All right, so now we have... In this crafting bowl, we're going to make our dough. So we need to put in our water and then our yeast and our flour. I'm just going to make a little bit for now. And then we should be able to mix. Oh, there we go. We get 5 dough from that. And then to cook that in the oven, to make this bread, we need yeast and water. That's it. This feels very, very complicated, but I feel like once I get it, it'll be pretty easy. I just gotta start recognizing what all the ingredients and stuff look like and all of the different things that you can cook with. Now, it doesn't look like this is on, so this might need some kind of fuel, so let's just try coal. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so there is coal in there. It is cooking now. And then, yeah, I bet we have to wait for literally forever. And I don't think we'll be able to make more than one. Yeah, we'll have to refill the water every single time, which is kind of annoying, but that's okay. We get 4 bread from it. And I do believe that these can be placed, it says. So we can put them in the trays, but we can also put them just on the table. And that's so cute. So then if we take our bread and then we need 2 onions, we can make our soup as well. And that will just cook over time down in there as long as we have all the materials for it. This is honestly like so cozy. It's really, really fun. I really like it. But I do wonder... Is this gonna do like all these at once, or just does it do like one at a time? If it only does one at a time, this is going to take absolutely forever, but that's also okay. We could just have multiple stoves and furnaces and cooking pots going. And there we go. We got our onion soup. I don't think that this one can be placed because it doesn't say that it can be placed, so no. It cannot be placed, but it is done. But let's find something else that we can make that can be placed. So this is oats. We don't have those. The rest of this we could probably make. Let's see. Roasted corn can be placed. That doesn't seem too hard. So it's butter, which is crafting bowl with milk. Okay, that's pretty easy. Let me go ahead and grab the bucket. We'll go get some milk from one of our cows. Oops. I went too high. I was on autopilot for a second. Now wait, this might be a weird idea. But what if I grabbed a cow to bring to the bakery or to the cafe with us? Would that be weird? You come over here. Can you jump out of here or no? Probably not. Let me go get one closer. Here, you. Hello. You are about to be our bakery cow, so you don't have to live with the other cows, and you get a nice warm bakery. Lots of delicious goodies. It's going to be a great experience. And we will be only charging you milk to live there. Oops, we went too far because I was yapping. Now you might notice some beef in the drawer, but it's probably not anyone you knew because I have this like little mob farm and stuff. You don't really have to worry about it. It's like a made up cow. It's a simulation actually. It's lab grown, so it's not real. It does look real though. It does look real. Now, obviously, don't tell our customers that it's not real because we are advertising it as real beef. But between you and me, it is a simulation. Okay, and then I'm gonna grab here a spruce fence so we can tie you up so you don't wander off and hurt yourself on the stoves. I'm actually quite worried about that. And then, can you come this way, please? Are you stuck? What's going on? Yeah, there we go. There we go, sweetheart. And I just need some milk, thank you. And then we put it in the crafting bowl, and then we should be able to just mix it to make butter. And then right click again. There we've got our butter, and now we just need some corn. I think, right? It was just corn? Yeah, it is. Okay. And we can just make that on the stove. So in the oven, we roast it. And we'll go ahead and grab the corn. And the butter. And then we need some coal. I don't know how long this takes to use it. So I'm just going to do it like that for now. Oh, and we've got some more onion soup going too. I'm so excited about that. Okay, while all that's going, let's go ahead and put away some of this other stuff. Oh, and our corn is finished. So this is the roasted corn, and this can be placed out. I'm burning my feet. Oh, it's on like a little plate. That's cute. It's got like the little butter patches and stuff on it. I love that. Now, beyond the decorating potential, I'm really most interested in this stuff that has like the effects. So if we go over here and you hover, you can see all of these things have different effects. And if you go to the end of the page, it has like all the effects there. So all of these you can read. Sweets boost your attributes such as movement speed, attack speed, and attack damage. And that stacks up to 10 times. And then we've got rested, which gives you increased gain experience points. With all these different foods, give us the rested thing. Then we've got Farmer's Blessing, removes all negative status effects. That's pretty cool. Sustenance increases your hunger by 1 every 6 seconds. Or gives you regeneration. That's interesting. Feast combines sustenance and satiation. I don't think I saw that one. What does that one do? Prevents you from getting too hungry too quickly. It ensures that your food exhaustion levels are managed. Interesting. And then, oh, this is nourishment. This is from Farmer's Delight, but it doesn't know what nourishment does. Or comfort. I have no idea because the description's weird. But yeah, as you can see, there's just a bunch of different effects that you can get with all of the different foods from these mods. And also, I mean, they also have like a wine mod where you can get like potion effects and stuff. Such a great set of mods to play with if you've never played with it before. But with all of that said, I think that we're going to call this episode here. In between episodes, I'm going to keep working on cooking up some modded foods because we've got to get a bunch of modded foods here so that we don't have to have steak anymore. Because we even have this other mod as well. For the candlelight dinner where you can make a bunch of different things like beef tartare and pork ribs and all sorts of stuff. Although I don't know what that red effect is. I guess it's just maybe like a wine or something, like a red wine. It's used in a lot of recipes. I just don't know exactly what that means. I'm sure we'll figure that out. I mean, look at all these different recipes that just use that. But yeah, I think it's supposed to be a wine thing. We will figure that out at some point, but there's just so many different foods to cook, and it's just going to be so much fun, I feel, to explore this a little bit more in depth. But yeah, like I said, I'm going to probably do some of that in between episodes and get all that ready in between episodes because this one's already gone on for so long. I mean, we literally started on day like 250 something. We're on day 276. This has been going on for a while. It doesn't even feel like it's been almost 300 days in this world already. I mean, when you look around and you see what we've built, like, we have built quite a few things, but it just definitely feels like it was maybe a bit shorter. Although I did AFK a little bit too for some wood and stuff, so that probably adds up to some of the time. But now looking at the map, it looks so good. This is a major reveal. This is exactly what I wanted for this map. I'm so happy with the progress that we've got going on, but it definitely seems like we need to get something over here on this side. We've got a lot on that side and nothing on the left side except for the storage hobbit hole. And then down here next time is going to be the villager houses. Maybe over here we can put the greenhouse. And I want to maybe do a castle on the hill or some kind of fort on the hill. Sorry, I did not mean to freak him. But yeah, guys, that's going to be it for me today. We've done so much in this world today and we've still got so much to do. We've got to figure out what we're going to do with this. We've got to put in stairways. We've got to do all sorts of stuff, but let me know in the comments what you guys think I should do about this whole problem right here. And yeah, I'm definitely struggling with this. Should it be a retaining wall or should it be kind of left natural and then just remove all these little extra grassy bits like here? I don't know. I think I want a retaining wall. I know that that's probably a big project, but I can probably do that on some streams. But yeah, it's almost the perfect time of day to see our beautiful docks and our cafe. And now we can just sit down on the benches and enjoy the view. We got so much done today. It was such a mega project. I can't wait to do some more next time. Oh, and we get to eat our modded food now. In our corner, we have the rusted effect. And if we get up and we earn some XP, we actually get more XP. So if we go into our backpack, throw in some of these at ourselves. That does feel like a lot. That does feel like a lot extra. I don't know if I'm just gaslighting myself. I don't know how much this actually gives us extra, but at least it's something extra, right? We'll be thankful for that. But yeah, guys, I just want to say thank you so much once again for watching this episode of Faebloom Valley. I had so much fun building up this docks and the cozy mushroom cafe with you guys today. I will be live streaming here pretty soon to work on some more stuff in the valley, you know, alongside the hardcore videos as well. Can't forget that. But thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you have a great rest of your day. Make sure you take care of yourself, stay hydrated, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye!